Every time I look in your eyes, baby, I can feel your energy. It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
All right. I think everything is good to go. I think we're all here. Yep. Everybody, welcome on in to the RFDL. I don't know why I say RLCS in my title. Already in a production.
It's already starting. It's already starting.
Yeah, it's already starting. Welcome to the RFDL Midseason tournament. I'm Ecliptic Fades. I'm here with Arilax, Docky, and Firestreak. How are we doing this early day on a Saturday, guys? How are you guys doing?
I wish I was sleeping, honestly.
So we're getting paid for this, right?
No.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're getting paid overtime. Come on.
No,
You gotta be.
none of that is happening. You guys can, if you guys want to get paid, ask the leader of the B stream that will be going live here in a little bit. But I mean, you know, welcome on in, everybody. This is going to be the A stream for the RFDL mid-season tournament. Firestreak will be hosting the B stream, which will be live after the first match here has concluded, and we will be running a couple of matches at the same time because we got a ton of matches to get through today with a whole different format than anybody else is used to here. So let's talk about that a little bit. The RFDL mid-season tournament has a crew battle format where teams are going to go up against each other in 1v1 and 2v2 matches, leading up to a 3v3 match if we get to a final game 5 or 7 at the end. But this is going to be a format that not a lot of these teams are used to. We've been playing 3s for the last 11 weeks, and now we're suddenly making everybody test their 1v1 and 2v2 skills. What are you guys, what are your guys' thoughts on the format? What are you guys, like, excited to see from the teams coming out in this tournament? What, you know, what's your guys' thoughts, I guess?
I mean,
Oh,
wow, everybody's talking. Okay.
everyone's excited.
Well, I mean, it is exciting. Like, this is a new format from what we've been used to for, what, like 11 weeks now? Oh my god. But yeah, I personally really like this sort of format because it really lets every single player kind of showcase their own skill, both in 1v1s and 2v2s. But I think you touched on this just a little bit, Fade, but just to like really go over it, the format for these crew battles, in best of 5 games, it will be first game is a 1v1, then the second is a 2v2, but that specific 2v2 cannot have either of the players that played in the 1v1. So there's a lot of strategizing that will have to go in to kind of figure out just who you can put on each one that will give you the best chance. And then of course game 3 is once again a 1v1, which cannot have the person who played the first 1v1 in. And then another 2v2, and then that final game, if we get there, is going to be a 3v3. And we have a possibility of 18 best of 5s, 16 of which, no, not 16, 14 of which are going to be played today, which is terrifying to think about.
Yeah, that's a lot of matches. Definitely going to be a long day for all of us here who are playing and who are casting as well. And I will let everybody know, because we do have some casters and hosts playing in today's mid-season tournament, specifically when I am playing a match and when Firestreak is playing a match, our respective streams are going to go to a break. So when you know that either I am playing for Cloud9 or Firestreak is playing for Gentle Paws, you can always switch over to the other stream where you'll be able to find all of the action, and then we will resume with the next match as soon as those are done. So we will have little break screens up, and I have Fire's link in mine, so you'll be able to get straight over to those. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of matches today, as Arilax explained. There's a lot of mind games that could happen with this sort of format. Fire and Daki, what do you think the strategy for the teams are going to be going into this?
So I think that we're going to see a lot of early round, really strong 1v1s. I think teams are going to be eager to try to get that first win out of the way and maybe try to build momentum for their 2v2 squads and potentially even that second 1v1 squad. But I'm interested to see which teams are going to break that mold, which teams are going to try to mind game a bit, and just to try to maybe catch some more favorable matchups. So I think a lot of the mind games are going to be happening in that first game, where teams are trying to either, you know, get some really strong matchups later on or trying to build momentum early. And I'm curious to see which teams choose which strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's going to be a lot of teams that I think initially just start to kind of just play their best matchups. I don't really think too heavily into it. I mean, obviously, I think we'll see a little bit of it. I think as, obviously, teams start getting wins and the tournament starts getting tighter in terms of teams, we might start seeing a little bit more of those mind games come out, as kind of teams have been able to see what exactly each other team has to bring to the table just by watching, you know, see who's actually really good at ones, maybe who has chemistry on twos, and some more strategies will start to come out. But I think initially it might be a little bit more raw, which might make these first games just, you know, kind of a little bit crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, I have to agree there. I think that we're gonna see a lot of mind games come day 2, especially when we get into the best of 7s. The fun thing about the best of 7s is it's really going to be testing every single player's ability to adapt onto the field. As we've said before, in our previous podcast that happened, I think, a week and a half ago, if we get to a game 5 in a best of 7, every single team member will have had to play a 1v1. So at that point, once we get into the best of 7s, it's really testing the entire team's individual skill as well as their skills to adapt to the 2v2s that come straight afterwards. We're going to be wanting to see which 2v2 squads have the best chemistry, who's going to pop off the most in those. And if we get the ties at the end, go to game 7, it's just going to be 1 3v3 to decide the fate of that match. It's going to be really exciting. And we might as well go and show you guys what the schedule has for today, as we do have a lot of matches, but we do also have something big that we do need to discuss about the leaderboard, which you will see, or the schedule, which you will see right here. This is our bracket so far, and you do see already we have a match result in, and I am sad to say, honestly, that Fox Clan has informed us that they will not be able to make it for the mid-season tournament today. Taka, shout out to Taka, because congratulations to him. He is graduating today. So very big day for him. Unfortunately, the timing was just really rough when it came to the mid-season tournament. And I believe Abyss also has stuff to do today, helping people move. So because of that, Twisted Tales is going to get that immediate win in game 2. So they will be waiting a little bit for their first match, which will come against Black Bunny Gaming. That's going to be a tough match as well. But you can also see Foxland will be down here in this game 10. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be around for that one either, which means that game 7 loser is going to get a bye in that round as well. So actually, instead of 14 matches, we do have 12 to play today. But all of these teams, I would say, that are on here, besides Fox Clan at this point, I think they actually all have a really good chance of getting in at least into day 2 and maybe even winning this whole thing. And if anybody can talk about this, but these guys are playing for quite a reward. Whoever wants to talk about that.
I mean, yeah, the reward. I think we get a 2 on the rewards this season, Fade, because we have both the probably the lesser of the rewards in many players' opinions, but they will get the special vertical form format mid-season tournament winner player cards, which is personally my favorite reward, but I might be a little bit biased. And then they will also get a free entry into playoffs. So doesn't matter where they end up in the standings, they will get that go-ahead entry into playoffs, and that's something every team wants, I think, Fade. So we'll need to see who's able to show up and earn that spot, and who's gonna maybe pull out some tactics to try to get there.
Yeah, that playoff spot is going to be very valuable. Now, obviously, I do think that means, like, if you're at the top of the leaderboard right now, I don't think you're too much worried about it because you're still pretty confident your team will make playoffs either way. But with this format being so much different and allowing these teams to showcase more of their individual talent, more so than their team-based talent, I really expect to see some deep runs from some of these teams that are lower on the leaderboard. And if one of those bottom 4 teams does end up winning mid-season tournament, the implications for that are huge going into the second half of league play, because at that point, if you are ace at the end and the team that makes it into playoffs from mid-season is below you still, then you get bumped out of playoffs for that team to come in as the ace seed. And that is where things get really dicey. So there's going to be a lot of fights going on in the future. depending on who wins this mid-season tournament. And I mean, if there are so many teams here that I definitely think do have the chance to do that. And I think soon enough we're going to be starting to talk about two of those teams in particular who will be playing that first match of the day. In fact, I think we should probably start talking about that right now. So let's go ahead and talk about our first match of the day. And it is going to be Gentle Paws versus Lumosity, starting off the mid-season tournament for us today. Let's go ahead and get these teams shown for you guys. Let's go ahead and talk about Gentle Paws. Why did that... What?
That's not called
Oh, there we go. We got that right. Oh, I think I had some things on NA Production already at its best. Now, I will say, we're seeing a bit of a sub here, but that is not going to be for this match. This is going to be for their next match, as we did get Pictus in this match, I believe, for Gentle Paws. So it is going to be the normal squad, you know, Strawberry, Firestreak, and Pictus. But Silver will be coming in for their next match that will be happening later today, for the rest of Saturday as well. I just forgot to put Pictus back on this one. But gonna be a great team to go against. Pictus has been talked about as one of the best players for 1v1. So it's very, I'm very interested to see what he's gonna be able to pull off here.
I mean, if I'm allowed to speak on my own team, I'm really excited for our mid-season chances. I am wondering a little bit about how the opponents are going to be adjusting to us and maybe trying to catch us out in some unfavorable matchups, just because I mean, both Strawberry and Pictus are known to be okay, that laugh was maniacal. Arrow. That is truly demon arc levels of laugh there, but yeah, there's I have a lot of faith in this squad. We got two very strong 1v1 players, not me, and I think that will serve us well in the mid-season tournament. So I mean, Pictus goated, Strawberry also goated, and we'll need to see how it works out. But yeah, I really don't see a combination for us that's particularly weak. So I think that will serve us well in the long run in this tournament, and should hopefully get us off on a good start against this Lumosity squad.
Yeah, if I am to kind of like harp on that a little bit, I'm going to be completely honest. I think Pictus might be the strongest 1v1 player that we have in the league right now. If I recall correctly, regularly getting up to GC2 in 1v1s, which is terrifying to think about, because I've only just barely scraped GC1, let alone getting up all the way to GC2. That is absolutely terrifying. He is absolutely goated. And then not only that, but I've also had the opportunity to, I guess, scrim with Strawberry in some 1v1s as well, and she's terrifying in 1v1s. Seriously, she's very, very strong. So that's already two very, very strong, like, just picks for 1v1s. And then you also gotta remember just that matchup of Strawberry and Fire in the 2v2s, you know, the old 2v2 duo. Like, as you were saying, Fire, there is pretty much no team composition you guys have that is weak, and it's a little terrifying. But I know that for my team going into that match, you heard the little gremlin giggle, but we've got a couple tricks up our sleeve that I think we're going to try and employ.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and talk about some of those tricks that you are going to be trying to pull off possibly here. Let's talk about the second team. It's going to be Lumosity coming in here, fighting up against Gentle Paws. We got Aerolax, we got Levi, and we got Avid for the squad, and these guys have been showing up. We know about the Airlax to Avid combo that we love to see in our 3v3s. However, being the top two players more likely to play the 1v1s, are we going to be able to see that Airlax and Avid duo? I'm not so sure if we're going to get that today or not. Which will be interesting to see how both team members will be able to play with Levi in those twos. But I think that these guys are a very strong team and will put up quite a fight against Gentle Paws.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this team play. I know that, I have played Airlex quite a bit in once.
No way, really?
And yeah, I consider myself to be a kind of confident against most people, but Airlex tends to have my number 90% of the time, regardless of what the show match that we had last says.
Yeah.
I don't think I was a good representation of how truly consistent Airlex is in one. So I'm pretty confident that even up against someone that's terrifying like Pictus, it's still going to be a fun matchup. I'm excited to see if that happens. It might not, but I would hope that it does, just for the content. But yeah, I think there's a lot of really good fun team compositions that we'll see here, just with some of the twos. I know that Airlex maybe doesn't know threes rotations, but definitely knows twos rotations, and I think this will be a good showcase for that. So I'm excited. I think we'll see a full power team here, and the matchups here are very exciting.
Yeah, I have to agree there. I think that's going to be really, really good. Sorry, I'm just making some changes to some casting today because we are going to be having a lot of guest casters today during the mid-season tournament, both here on the A stream and the B stream. We are going to be having guests come in, different players and or free agents that have been wanting to cast with us. It's going to be a really fun time. It's going to be more casual. It's going to be interesting to see how these free agents and players are on the casting desk instead of on the playing field. And we're going to be having some managers come in as well that you might not have seen before. It's going to be a great time. But I think we're going to go ahead and me and Daki, we'll give our predictions for this first match. And then I think we'll be ready to go into our first match of the day. Daki, what is your prediction for this match?
Oh man, that's tough. I know it's just glazing Airlex, but I also have to glaze Pictus. It's such a good player and so versatile in these kind of settings where it's multiple different game modes. It's really hard to vote against a player of that caliber in these moments. It's someone that can control the field in ones and twos, and can kind of take on any team composition. It's gonna be tough. I can see this going to 5, but I think that there's gonna be a lot of momentum going in the way of Gentle Paws, just because of the ones force that they have here, and that's gonna be really helpful for them. So I'm gonna give it to them in 5, but I do think this is gonna be a very exciting matchup.
All right. Well, I don't think I should give a prediction here just yet for reasons. I will say. I totally. I don't want to make either Airlax or Fire angry before they move on to the B stream. I want them to go in with good vibes. So you know what? I'm just going to say it's going to be a great match overall. And I hope for the best for both of these teams. But with that, guys, it is time to start our first match of the mid-season tournament. So say goodbye to all of these faces that you've known, because they're gone for now. Quite a while. You're going to be dealing with me for the rest of the day. And we're going to go ahead and get started, everybody. It's going to be Gentle Paws, and it's going to be Lumimosity joining us here in our first match against each other for mid-season. And we're going to get straight on into this. And already we're having some issues. So we're going to wait here. But welcome in our first player. Oh, there we go. Welcome in our first caster of the day. It's going to be Crush50. Crush, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I hope you are doing just as well. It's a beautiful day out, and it's an even better day for some Rocket League.
Yes, it is. And for mid-season to start off right, we're going to have none other than Pictus scoring the first goal in this 1v1 for Lumosity versus Gentle Paws. And Gentle Paws off to a quick lead. And this is exactly what we were expecting to see when we were talking about it on the desk. Pictus is one of the best 1v1 players here in the league so far. We're going to have to see if Avid can put up a fight against them. Now, Crush, what do you expect to see out of this matchup in particular?
This matchup in particular, you know, I'm looking for both are seemingly good 1v1 players. You always want to make sure that you're not giving the other person too much space. You give them too much space, you give them time to methodicalize their shots and time to strike, just like we're going to see there. Just a little too much space given. And Avid just takes advantage of it. Whole hog. Absolutely beautiful play.
We'll go on to this next kickoff here. Pictus with the ball. We always talk about it when 1v1 start, but it's a very different sort of match than you're expecting when you see 3v3s. You always see very close score lines. Maybe sometimes a lot of goals are scored, but usually it's closer to like 2 or 3 goals from a team per game. In these 1v1s, you can definitely expect to see those score totals rise a lot more, as Pictus already going to bit the second one in here. Just noticing that Avid was just a little bit too far forward, gets a really good bump. Not enough boost in Avid's tank to get up for this one. With 4:01 remaining, still only a 1-goal game, so plenty of time for Lumosity to come back here.
Absolutely. All he has to do is just acknowledge that he's giving, you know, Pictus maybe a little too much space, a little too much boost control. As we see, he has none here. And it's just going to give Pictus kind of the shot of the century. But a great save by Avid, having very little boost, being able to get himself up and get that ball. But is he going to be able to fend off this attack back from Pictus? It seems as though he is. And Pictus is going to get the ball, and he's going to be able to run along, as Avid's just going to push it past him here.
Now Pictus with possession once again. Trying to fake out Avid. Avid jumps. Will be able to get the 50 in time. And Pictus has to scramble back for a little bit of boost. Not a great shot put on by Avid there. Gonna have to be a little bit more powerful if you want to get past Pictus here. But will remain in possession of this ball. Pictus challenging a little bit fast fake. Not gonna work out.
Avid just a little bit awkward in his own corner, able to recover it. Pictus now 0 boost and a dream. Is going to be able to get 100 boost here. Go for another shot. Avid kind of awkward on the wall here, giving Pictus a little space, but is able to cut across that net and save it. Now let's see if he can go on the attack. Pictus has recovered it here in his own corner now. Up on the wall, just awkward angle for him. Not going to be able to get much done there. On the wall, Avid 0 boost. What a save off of his own backboard. Pictus gonna have to try to recover himself here. 100 boost on the wall. Let's see what kind of plays he can make. Whole open field ahead of him. What shot do you think he's gonna go for here?
Oh, it looks like he went for something high. It's gonna work out for him as he gets the rebound. Avid trying to save that one there, and makes sense to go for a flick. Avid almost has that save in a good spot, but Pictus really good positioning, knows that's going to bounce out over to the side, and able to put it into the top corner. That's going to be tough for anybody to be able to save there. Now down by 2. This is the farthest lead we've had so far. Over half the game gone. Kind of expected this to be a little bit more of a scoring fest from Pictus, but here we go. It's starting as he gets his 4th goal off of the ceiling, and this is quite a nice goal to see from him.
The commentator's jinx. You expect to see more from Pictus. Pictus delivered. He heard you. He's putting it on now. He's putting on the heat. Absolutely just taking advantage of Avid being a little bit lost there and just putting it in the net as fast as he can. Sometimes it's the best ways. He's going to win the kickoff here, actually. And could we see 5-1? And yes, we will with 2 to go. It is 5-1 up. Pictus on Avid. Gentle Paws absolutely ravaging Lumosity so far this tournament. But it's only game 1. Lumosity has plenty of time to bring this back here.
And this is kind of what you're expecting to see from Pictus here. We have constantly said he's the best 1v1 player in the league, and that is for good reason, as he's going to score this next one. Just seems like Avid really can't get anything going his way off of these kickoffs. Might need to change up the strategy on how to approach those if he wants to try and make a comeback here. Still plenty of time in this game number 1 to be able to do so. Might be able to off this kickoff here. Gets bumped though. And these bumps been so detrimental for Lumamasi. But as we said, this next game will be 2v2, and as we already know the matchup, it is going to be Aerolax and Levi versus Strawberry and Firestreak. We'll have to see how that match goes. It's definitely going to be a must-win for Lumamosity if this game is any indication on how GentlePods is playing their ones in this mid-season tournament. Now, Avid trying to take possession. Not a lot of boost here. Pictus is going to be closer to that ball. And another bump on Avid might be exactly what we need. Brazil in game number 1.
It's a beautiful thing to see, the Brazil, when it comes out. Bumps, I feel, are such an underutilized mechanic of the game. It's just able to displace your opponent and put yourself in a position to score without having anybody in your way. Pictus using bumps beautifully here to give himself a Brazil and a 7-1 advantage is absolutely insane to see on the game when Pictus is in that mode right now, as he might just get another one here for free to make it 8-1 with a minute left to go.
And this man just can't stop scoring on Avid right now. And it just seems like Avid, he's trying his best, but not quite finding the right touches needed to get past Pictus here. And this is just his first showing. And this is why we only allow players to play 1v1 in a match, because if Pictus was allowed to play every single 1v1, you could just chalk up the entire tournament to this GentlePod squad. Now Pictus trying for a 9th, will be able to get it off of the rebound, and it just seems he's always in the right spot to get this ball off of the save.
Call Pictus King Von right now, because he is armed and dangerous right now. 9 goals in the span of under 5 minutes. Avid may just be having some mental issues, in the head, thinking like, oh, he's got a goal on me, I have to get it back. He's playing a little bit more safer, not going for things maybe that he should have, as we're going to see 10-1 double digits from GentlePaws, and it's only game 1. They're Luminosity, as long as they have the 2s game and the chemistry settle down, they should be able to pull this back. It is well within the realm of possibility. But Pictus has come in here with something to prove today, and he's proven it.
Yeah, and as I said, we expect these sort of high goal games. That's actually an excellent shot by Avid there to get another one, and that just gives Lumamasi a little bit more momentum. And Pictus getting bumped out here, finally seeing what it tastes like, have their own tactics put up against them. But yeah, as I was saying, we expect to see these high scoring games in these 1v1s, and Pictus showing us exactly why that is the case. 10-2 with 30 seconds left. And if you're Lumamasi, you're chalking up this game number 1, but you're just going to try and keep your mental high for game number 2, which definitely will help, as Avid's going to be able to get a little bit of a break between games 2 and 3, because he won't be allowed to play game 3 either. So the earliest we'll see him is game 4 if we get that far.
That is, in fact, this Pictus is going to go for another one. He just wants to style at this point. Absolutely great game from Pictus, putting in another one just to add salt to the wound. 11-2 is going to be your final score here, as Pictus just had full control this entire game. Avid made some little mistakes, and made some challenges that maybe he should have made or didn't make that he should have, and that's just what put him down there. But Pictus, a great ones player, as we've said many times already, is going to get win number 1 of 3 for GentlePaws. Well, maybe they will win, maybe they won't. We'll see.
Yeah, and we're going to show off. Oh, those are the wrong replays. What is going on in my... Everything is broken, guys. Everything is broken, as it always is. But, guess you'll just chill out with me and Crush here for a minute, as... everything breaks And okay, I think we got it right this time. So let's go ahead and show some of those replays. We're not going to be able to show all of them because there were quite a lot of goals from Pictus in that, but really you just saw domination on the field in this first 1v1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Pictus just, came in this game cool, mindset collected. He had it all figured out for himself there. And, that's what you want to have a good ones player. Cool, calm head, was able to just get the resets pretty easy for himself, create space, and just go to town on the net of Avid. And, like I said, that's what you want from a ones player. And I'm pretty sure Gentle Paws are absolutely clapping it up with big smiles on their faces, seeing that they're going up 1-3 in this 5-game series.
Yeah, I have to agree there. I think that that's great. But, guys, we are done with the replays for now because we are going to get back into these games as the second game actually has already started. And we're just going to get straight into it. It's a 2v2 between Gentle Paws and Luminosity. We've already talked about who's on each team here. Firestreak and Strawberry versus RLCS and Levi. And it looks like Firestreak gonna start off with a quick goal for Gentle Paws, and that's good to see for them, but Luminosity gonna need to figure out something quick.
They absolutely do. I think they might have a little bit of that mental issue. And mental, to me at least, is at least 50% of the game. If you have a bad mental, but you know how to execute, you're just doubting yourself the entire time. Luminosity has to keep their heads up here. Like it's 0-0, like they haven't even won a game yet in order to bring themselves back, because they're great players. They just need to put themselves out on the field and do what they do best and prove it. And that's how they're going to win these games.
Now Fire getting past Arrow with a good 50. Levi having to play that one. Can't get a touch on the ball though. And a bump actually sends that ball flying towards the jump hot corner. Fire with the stop. Airlax over one, but Strawberry gets a beat downfield. Is that going to go in? No, it's off the corner of the net and out. And Airlax is going to be able to find possibly an open net opportunity as he shoots straight. Firestreak with an incredible save to keep that out of the net.
And what a demo there to make sure that they don't get the double on this, is they're going to be able to recover. Gentle Paws having some great chances, but Luminosity is playing the defense very well, and we're going to see a scoring chance up here as it's passed beautifully. Airlax just doesn't quite have the angle on that, as we have Gentle Paws going back again to recover and already back down the field. Airlax going to boom it out there, and that might be it if Firestreak can't get it, and he absolutely does. Airlax now trying to pass it back, and Gentle Paws again back down the field. They just seem to be able to get that so fast out of their own end.
Now Firestreak trying to keep it safe. Strawberry will be up for this one. Takes it off of their own crossbar. A little bit risky from Gentle Paws there. You can see how much less of a scoring game it is the moment you put another player on the field. However, a scoring opportunity for Levi unfortunately puts it straight over to Strawberry, who's in the perfect position to get that save. Now, midfield play from Strawberry. Airlock's going to beat them to that ball. Steals the corner boost as Fire goes up for this one. Past one. Can they get the second? Levi comes in for the shot.
Beautiful.
And it's going to be another goal.
An absolutely beautiful passing play. And this is what you want to see out of twos. Working together to pass it. Just absolutely making sure that nobody can get to that ball. Creating a wall, essentially, with that passing play. Just to be able to put it in. And this is what Luminosity wants to see. They want to go up 1-1. They want to have these opportunities to score. Put confidence and faith in yourself, and you shall receive what you came for, as it's now 1-1 again. And like you said, with the putting another man on the field, you see less scoring. You have someone to compensate for your errors if you make one, someone to watch your back. And that's what's most important about, I feel like, twos, is being able to have your teammates back sometimes when they go up for a play, just making sure that the ball isn't going to absolutely fall into the hands of the enemy here, as we see Luminosity on the attack again.
Oh, and that's going to be another goal from Aerolax here, taking the lead for Luminosity, and just an awkward position for Strawberry, trying to read that ball. It pops straight down off of the ceiling. Just can't get to it in time before Aerolax is there with the bump. And now, up by 1 with 2:15 remaining, Luminosity trying to tie up this series. And we can talk a little bit about the strategy that they've seemed to implement going into this game number 3, as it seems like Avid taking the loss against Pictus might actually be good for them, as that leaves Aerolax as the member to play the next 1v1, and Levi shutting me up real quick talking about strategy. Excellent goal coming out from them.
Yeah, beautiful pass from RLCS just across the field, and Levi says, "You're not going to defend the net? I'll just shoot at it." And it's of course, like you said, Pictus, or taking the first 1v1 against Pictus could be a smart idea. Obviously, you have Pictus, a great ones player. You want to put him out first, but sometimes you want to save your greatest weapons for last, which I think Lumosity, might be taking it to full effect here and saying, we're not going to come out guns blazing, but we're going to let you know that we're here, and we have some weaponry to deal with you guys, as we're going to see Lumosity come back on the attack again, but quickly fended back off by Gentle Paws, as Levi is going to hit it off to the right side wall here. 0 boost and a dream. Strawberry easy save off to the right side wall. And they're going to be back on the attack here, as Lumosity says, "No, thank you. I want to keep that on your end. Same day delivery."
Fire trying to move forward here. Gets dunked by Levi, but Strawberry going to be in the midfield waiting for that touch. Now Levi once again with possession. Fire with a straight dunk, and no one back for Lumosity. And that's going to be a second goal for Gentle Pods. They're keeping this one close in game number 2, and that's an excellent turn from Fire. Something we're not used to him doing is playing that sort of aggressive game, and it is working out well.
Oh, absolutely. They've been aggressive. They've been playing aggressive fairly well here, just making a few minimal mistakes. And the mistake that they just made, they saw Lumosity make, and they said, "You can't fool me. I've seen this before. We just did that." And they're able to just put it in their net, as they're kind of tripping over each other here now, deciding who they want to go for. Fire Streak wants to go for an aggressive play here, just not able to get the right touch, but might be able to get a good pass. Levi, free and open. Might have gotten a little cocky there. I'm not sure if he tripped himself up or if he just thought he might have had a little bit more space than he did. But they're able to put that back into an empty end again here, as RLCS is going to collect the 100, try to pass it out to Levi, who's rather far back. Fire Streak is going to pick that up on the 1v1. Can he dunk him? Not going to happen, but Strawberry with the rebound. RLCS, beautiful save off of the post. They're going to have to regroup here for one final push, or it's gonna end here with Lumosity getting the win.
And now with 5 seconds left, Gentle Paws need to find a push here. Will they be able to do it? It's going to be up in the air. RLCS puts it up high. It looks like that's going to drop down. Not a great touch from Fire, and that's going to be Lumosity winning game number 2, guys. And that means we have a tied series on our hands going into game number 3, which will be a 1v1, and we'll figure out exactly who's playing in that very shortly.
That was an absolutely beautiful game. Very close knit, tight, constantly back and forth. Gentle Paws seemed to have a little bit better regroups than Lumosity did, but Lumosity was able to use their patience and their timing to be able to just strike with precision. They didn't let game 1 get to them. They said, we lost the 1v1 round, 11-2. Fine, we'll dunk on you in 2s and show you how strong we are chemistry-wise. And it was just absolutely beautiful to watch, Lumosity in this game. And I can't wait to see what they offer for the next couple of 1v1s and 2s matches.
Yeah, I have to agree. Now, I believe we have our matchup for game number 3. It is going to be RLCS versus Strawberry. So, as we said before, Lumosity using that second 1v1 to their advantage. They knew that Pictus was going to be played first. So they put their ones main and RLCS up against Strawberry here. Should be good for them. Now, Strawberry is a good ones player in their own right. So I expect to see a fight from Gentle Paws in this game number 3. But we're going to have to see if RLCS can try and make this work. Now, going for the fake kickoff immediately off of the rip. Oh, bless me.
Bless you.
RLCS
is just gonna absolute muscle shot from RLCS here, passing it out. Just Strawberry just a little far back, not able to recover fast enough. These two players were the two I was looking at most in this 2s match, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see them go against each other here, as it's already 0-1, 12 seconds in. Is this gonna? Do you think we're gonna see another high-scoring game like we had for our first 1v1, or do you think it's gonna be a little bit more of an evenly matched matchup? Never mind. I'll shut up, Parallax. My bad.
Well, Aeroax is trying to show us that he wants this to be as one-sided as possible, as he gets a second goal within 20 seconds against Strawberry here, and it was just really good play coming out from him. Now Strawberry going to have to be working from a bit of a deficit here. Kickoff going towards Aeroax's side again, going to be able to steal that corner boost. Good touch from Strawberry, keeping it high and still able to get to the boost here. Keeping possession, but Aeroax has this over to the corner. And something that Aeroax is very good with is his ball possession here in 1v1s. Something you're going to have to pay a lot of attention to is just how he works the field. But Strawberry getting it past, and this is not going to be as easy of a game as Aeroax might have expected, as that's going to be a great goal by Strawberry to go back to a one-goal game.
Absolutely. The quick turn, the awareness that he had the open shot, that Aeroax wasn't quite expecting it, is absolutely beautiful to put it back to 1-2. And Gentle Paws, you know, you very well can see in these games, you know, who is better at the 1v1s and who's not. But it's all about adjusting to the other person's play style, which Aeroax is seeing to do very well here. Just turns on Strawberry, says, nah, that's my ball now. And is actually just going to run it into their net for, well, 1-3 game.
And if you are fans of Lumimosity, this is exactly what you want to see. Now, getting back into the strategy about this once again, as these guys play this ones match, that does mean that the next match, as Aeroax scores this fourth goal, that was just an excellent air dribble over Strawberry. But as I was trying to say, this next match that we're going to get in the 2v2 is going to be Avid and Levi against Firestreak and Pictus. And we've seen Pictus show up on the 1v1 stage, on the 3v3 stage. We gotta expect that he's gonna show up on the 2v2 stage as well, which might be enough for Gentle Paws to cause the game 5 if they need to go that far. But that also means Strawberry really wants to win this match, but Aeroax is making it so hard in this 1v1 to get anything on them. Now going up the midfield, trying to find something. Strawberry gets a heavy touch, and a demo comes out from Aeroax, maintaining possession of the ball once again, and another opportunity for shooting on net.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Aeroax just putting on the pressure, and Strawberry is not, you know, all quite too 100% sure how to respond to it. You know, you put on so much pressure, you can only fend off so much before you make an error, sort of like that, to just give possession away. Aeroax on the wall here, going for a flip reset. Flip reset, Musty, bad corner, absolutely beautiful to make it 5-1. Aeroax giving us a show here.
And this is exactly what you expect from Aeroax. He has so much space to work with in the air right there. Popped it off at just the right point of his car to put that far right on the net. No way Strawberry was getting back to that in time. And now another goal off the kickoff possible. Not going to be making it for Aeroax, but he's trying for another one, and you can see just how comfortable he is in this game number 3 to be able to do that. And that is something that you also have to think about going into this second 1v1, is that the momentum for the winning team from that 2v2 is going to move into the 1v1 with them, which might make it very easy to find any sort of upsets depending on who's playing in that 1v1. Definitely something that teams are going to have to think about going into games 3 and 4, is who's going to be able to move that momentum forward the most. And it looks like Aeroax is going to be that guy as he gets the 6th goal for his team. 2:15 remaining, still plenty of time in this game, and he just won't stop scoring.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Aeroax right now, proving that he's a demon. I do agree. You're going to have that momentum from the 2v2s go onto the 1v1s because you've just played each other. The first 1v1, we didn't have anything happen before that. So to these two guys, it was just their first game on. They were just playing Aeroax, Brazil's Strawberry here, as we are still over 2 minutes to go. But like I was saying, you're going to have that momentum shift into this game. And Aeroax, who was feeling himself last game, is just letting everybody know how good he is at ones. It's looking almost like, you know, he's just having the time of his life. He's out here strolling, maybe listening to some Paramore, you know, having a great time. And you love to see that from players. Just having a good time is the main goal of anything. I feel, but Strawberry really wants this to come back their way, just because you got your next game coming up, and you want to be on a good note, or at least keep it somewhere close. But RLCS again, just getting into free space, and it's not what you want to see if you were Gentle Paws.
Now Strawberry trying to take this over to midfield, but it's a bit of a heavy touch, and RLCS just plays so well off of those heavy touches. He knows exactly when to go for the ball that'll make you the most awkward. He seems to be finding a lot more pressure here. Goes for a flip reset. Strawberry, excellent save to keep that out of their net, but RLCS still just on that ball in the corner. Now Strawberry gets a chance. RLCS does get in front of them, actually runs into the flip to not allow Strawberry to get closer to that ball. Definitely a move that a lot of those lower level players wouldn't be thinking about. Something that those GC3s and above definitely try to make use of, and it works out perfect for him. 8-1 with 1:05 remaining.
Absolutely. Strawberry just awkward off the rebound, not quite able to get back up, no boost. RLCS sitting pretty. He could just, have the time of his life here. But I think that Lumosity, like I said, kept that calm mental and has brought it back. But Strawberry's going to get the win off of the kickoff here. Going to try to go, just misses it. RLCS is going to walk that in for free. Absolutely beautiful and dominant performance from RLCS here, and this is absolutely what Lumosity wants to see. Gentle Paws, not so much. You have a chance to bring it back. Maybe not this game because it's 9-1, but you always have the chance to bring the series back. And like I said before, it really does show you who is more of a ones main and who is not as well, because RLCS is, like I said, just very calm, very relaxed. He knows what he's doing. He's getting these recoveries very well. And just absolutely beautiful gameplay from him. I don't think there's much else that you could be doing if you're Strawberry, if I'm fully honest.
Yeah, 1-9 with 34 seconds left. There's not really much else to do besides just go next. If Strawberry plays again, it will be in Game 5. So they're really just going to be relying on their teammates to clutch up here in this game number 4 and try to take them to the 3v3. But I mean, what could you do? I mean, I'd say Lumosity played this one really well, going up to match point first because of their choices. Just playing this match really smart, making sure that their GC3 played the second game instead of the first. And this is the sort of situation that's perfect for. Now, Strawberry so close to a goal there off the crossbar. But with 10 seconds left, I think we can chalk this one up to another Lumosity win.
Lumosity 2 in a row, that's the momentum you want to have going into Game 3, and you want to hope that this 2v2 absolutely swings your way. But I think we could see another interesting situation here. I think that we could also have it swing the other way and force it to said 3v3, and they're having a little standoff there as Lumosity, your winners of Game 3, 1v1 game. Absolutely dominant game. Exact opposite of the first 1v1 game, which is always lovely to see. But RLCS, cool, collected in his lane. There was no stopping him once he got the ball rolling. He had the mental, he had the ability, the ball control. He had everything, and there was just nothing Strawberry could really do besides try to capitalize on any mistakes that he made, which were very minimal.
Yeah, and I mean, you do what you can in these 1v1s, and sometimes the matchup just isn't necessarily the best for you. I think that's exactly what we're seeing in these sort of cases, and that's going to happen quite a lot in the mid-season tournament. I would say these teams that have a GC2 and a GC3 on their squad do have a little bit more of an advantage when it comes to a format like that, because if you can have both of them take the 1v1s, then you're almost guaranteed a win at least off of one of those. It's definitely going to be the teams that are playing a little bit more balanced that will have a bit more trouble going into these mid-season games. But that's where the upsets really need to come in. And I think Lumosity just played this one really well. But we get into game number 4, and Gentle Paws has quite a task ahead of them. They need to tie this game and go to a game 5, and then win the 3v3 that would come afterwards Meanwhile, Avid and Levi both going to be working to make sure that that doesn't happen and that Lumosity can get through with a 3-1 scoreline.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what I hope to see out of Gentle Paws here is, you know, fighting for their full potential. You had Fire Streak, who was really good in the last game, and Pictus absolutely dominating in the 1v1s. So what I'm interested to see from them is how they choose to play this. Are they going to coordinate it really team-wise, or are they going to try to use their, you know, individual strengths to be able to push this ball out farther and just keep it out of their own end and have each other's backs the entire time? As Lumosity already seems to be a little bit confused here as they're both going up, and Pictus just barely misses the net to almost make it 1-0. But a miscue there from Lumosity is going to make it 1-0 to Gentle Paws.
And just both players in the corner there. Just not the right spot for Lumosity to be in. A bit of an awkward one, especially after Pictus almost scores that first insane goal. He will find the other one very quickly. And this is exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of Gentle Paws. You want to see that game 5. You want to see them go into the 3v3. However, we've talked about it a few times on the pre-show and during the season, but if you allow the 3v3, you are allowing the RLCS and Avid combo, but it doesn't seem like it's needed, as right now we see an excellent play from Levi, popping this up once and having the boost necessary and the speed necessary to get that demo on Pictus, opening up that goal. And Lumosity showing that they're not going to go out without a fight.
They saw that first 1v1 and they took offense to it. Levi with a beautiful heads-up play to know that, hey, there's a guy's going to block my shot in the net. I have the boost to go get him. And he goes out there and absolutely just demos. I forget he was even in the net. I think it was Fire Streak. But absolutely beautiful play. As Fire Streak's going to get the 50 here. As Avid wants to get up for this.
Oh.
Pictus wants to show off. He's just having fun out here. Pictus is like a kid you let loose in the park. He's just having fun.
Now Fire with possession, trying to put that forward. Not going to be able to find it past any of the defense. Avid and Levi, though, no boost in either of their tanks. Going to have to try and push this one towards midfield. And Gentle Paws really doing well at keeping this boost possession, keeping Lumosity on empty most of the time. That's going to allow Pictus to go up for these very mechanical shots that are going to be very hard to save for anybody on this Lumosity squad. Now Fire putting this down towards the middle, going to be put away by Lumosity, but a quick jump from Pictus is going to be over Levi, and Gentle Paws take the lead once again with about half the game remaining.
Absolutely beautiful. And it's like you said, you know, they're very good at boost starving, but another thing that you cannot let Gentle Paws do is regroup. When you let them regroup, get full boost, and come back at you, they are dangerous. It's basically asking yourself to get scored on, and that's kind of what we saw there. They let them regroup, let them recuperate, and they just hammered it in the net and said, you know what, thank you for the opportunity. I'll take it. I'll take the job, and I'll walk away with it. So now up 2-1. It's up to Lumosity to be able to play it maybe a little bit safe here, but also you want to get that one goal. Pictus is going to pop it over Levi, but give possession back to Avid. Pictus turns on it, fires, just not quite the right angle he was looking for.
Now, Pictus with possession, gets a big pinch, gets up to that in time, looks for the double tap, and will be able to find it. Unfortunately for Avid, not going to be able to get that read off of the back wall. And Pictus, once again, just knowing exactly where that ball is going to bounce, puts it straight over into the left-hand side of that net, and Gentle Paws up by 2.
Pictus, his reading is at a collegiate level, man. I'll tell you what, Pictus is absolutely just showing how, you know, he just seems like he's having a little walk in the park here. Good mental, good rotations, good everything out of Pictus. And Fire Streak is just here to support him. And that's what you can ask for out of a good teammate. He's kind of letting Pictus take this role of goal-scoring striker and is just having his back. And it seems to work really well for Gentle Paws. And if you're a fan of Gentle Paws, of course, this is what you love to see. You love to see your team make creative plays, have, you know, these good and great moments like they're doing, just putting the pressure on Lumosity, both in net not having enough boost, but is able to fire it out here as Fire Streak is going to be able to get a shot here. Apps, there's just no one in the net. Where'd he go? He's gone, the invisible man. Fire Streak making it 4-1 for Gentle Paws.
And Levi, just seeing Avid not have the boost there, thinks they need to go up for that ball. Unfortunately, it might have been a better idea just to go back and protect the net there. It's going to be over both members, and that's going to be a 3-goal lead for Gentle Pods as they're looking very likely to force a game 5 here. And that's going to be another shot, an excellent pass from Fire Streak. And Pictus, he's just in the right spot every single time. You cannot give him the space because he knows exactly where to put that, and it's just over Avid's car. Unfortunate for Lumimosity, but as this keeps going on, a minute left, and it's really looking like this is all going to be decided by the 3v3 that we have in this crew battles format.
And this is absolutely beautiful, you know, something that you love to see. First set of matches, first game all the way to 5. It's almost storybook writing. But like I was saying, Fire Streak just supporting Pictus is a little miscue there, is going to let that roll in to be 6-1. But yeah, like Pictus is being the striker right now. Fire Streak is dapping up his homie, saying, you know what, I've got you, man. Absolutely setting him up beautifully there for another shot on goal. And it's just going to work out. And these two are just playing beautifully together. As let's see if Lumosity can maybe strike another, maybe get their mental up a little bit, get a little bit of a smile on their face, is saying we scored on these guys.
And we'll see what they can do here. 30 seconds left. They're gonna want to try and at least find one more, try to get some momentum going into game number 5. But Pictus trying to keep it away as much as possible, bumping Avid off of this boost twice. Levi with an excellent pinch. But Fire Streak gonna be on that wall ready for it. 10 seconds left. Avid with a shot. It's gonna be high. And Levi not gonna be there to take the shot. And with that, we are going to be going to our first game 5 of Midseason. Happened a lot faster than we might have thought it was going to. But we are gonna be there. And Gentle Paws and Lumimosity gonna be decided by a 3v3 game.
For two teams that are so close in the rankings, you would expect these games to be a lot closer, but no, they're swinging very different much towards one team or the other in these games. Very much swaying momentum here. So with these 3v3s, do you think we're going to see it sway the other way again, or come back to, you know, keep the momentum going for Gentle Paws here after a beautiful game from Pictus and Fire Streak?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, 3v3, definitely a much different game mode. There's a lot less boost on the field for you to utilize. There's a lot less chances that you can find on nets. I think it's going to be a very close game, honestly, as both these teams are going to be giving it their all in this game number 5. Now, remember, the team that loses this match will not be out. They will be going to the bottom side of the bracket, the lower bracket. Meanwhile, the winner will be going to the next round in uppers, and that's going to be up against X3 Tactics, our top team in the league right now. So the winner of this is not necessarily given an easy prize for their win here. So, but anybody wants to be up in the upper bracket with 2 lives remaining instead of that lower. So I'm sure both teams are going to be playing their absolute best Rocket League here in this next 3v3.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to have to treat it like it's a 3-1. 3-1, other team's up. You've got to come back the whole way. That's how you want to treat it. You want to put everything into this last match. As we have a beautiful shot here. Pictus almost gets the opportunity, but gets Goomba stopped down by Avid. And we might see them regroup here. Levi, it's dangerous to give Pictus the ball. They're already stomping down Pictus. They said, you want to take a shot? I see what you can do. Please do not. This is a no-fly zone for Pictus right now.
And one of the things that's going to be tough for both of these teams is coming off of these 1v1 and 2v2 matches and going directly into a 3v3 rotation for this final game. I think the winner is going to be the team that can show that they can adapt to that rotation fast enough. And honestly, I would give Lumimosity the advantage when it comes to that in this match in particular. Gentle Paws, it seems like they really like that 1v1 and 2v2 style, but when it comes to threes, they have been a little bit lacking sometimes when it comes to their aggression, usually allowing Pictus to play most of the on-the-ball plays. Meanwhile, Strawberry and Fire usually take the job of backing them up, which works very well in twos, but when you have somebody like Avid and Aerolax on the other team who can score at any time, you really can't be giving this sort of space. Strawberry with a good 50, but Pictus not close enough to that ball, and Aerolax and Lumamasi take the first goal in this game 5.
And absolutely, I do believe that you'd be correct saying that they have, you know, a little bit of that better rotational ability from Lumosity. I think that Firestreak, when we saw Firestreak playing aggressive, especially with Pictus on top, I think that's what they need to be doing here to be able to win this game. They played beautifully, both of them with that aggressive style. Maybe letting Strawberry take it a little more on the back end. But of course, Avid, he wants some redemption from that first one game. So he's coming back at him. And Aerolax, just a beautiful bar down shot there to make it 2-zip. And Lumosity is seeming like they have the upper hand here.
And you can see that boost total on Pictus, basically 0. Can't get up for that ball. I think if he had the boost, he was able to save it, but what a well-placed shot by Aerolax, going straight off of the post and down. And that's exactly what you want to see for Lumamasi to start this one off if you want them to win this. Now, obviously, Pictus, with possession here, might be able to find something. Nobody knows that he doesn't have any boost. And Levi going to be able to put this out. Strawberry not able to touch that ball. But Levi, no touch either. Another shot to the side. And Gentle Paws get away with one, but they're going to need to find a counterattack here real soon.
Yeah, just a little lost on the plays here from Gentle Paws. I think they just need to regroup, kind of get the rotations in order here. And they need some people to bring that kind of boom that Pictus brings here. They need someone to step up majorly if they want to keep going here. Because right now, they're shutting down Pictus. So you need someone else who's able to back him up and able to strike with him if you want this to go anywhere. But Lumosity just fending off every attack that comes to our end. Absolutely beautiful pass to Levi here, which Strawberry is going to pick up. But they're set and ready to strike here in this game. And Lumosity came in here to win. They didn't come to play.
I'm just seeing a little bit of hesitation from the back two members of Gentle Paws in a lot of these situations, and it's giving Lumamosity a lot of opportunities on the net, as Aerolax is going to be able to score a third one. Not the best touch from Strawberry. Avid will be able to go up and dunks the other members on the Gentle Paw defense, and Aerolax is just right there for that shot, and that's that Avid to Aerolax combo that we love to talk about here on RFDL. They've shown up time and time again, and it looks like they're showing up in this upper round 1. Now Levi showing up as well with an excellent save on that net. That definitely was going in if he was not there. Now Avid past the midfield, but Pictus is going to have possession. Deals the corner boost away instead of going for the ball. Fire now up for it. Able to get a touch. Stays up in the play. Trying to get Pictus a high ball, but expected from Lumamasi. They will clear it away. With a minute 32 left, I feel like we need to see a Gentle Paws goal immediately if they want any chance of coming back here.
Absolutely. Gentle Paws being more on the seemingly defensive side here, just seeing Lumosity's like absolute coordinated beauty of attacks. They just have to be a little bit more aggro here. And I know that's maybe not how they like to play, but they're going to have to strike something here soon if they want to get something rolling with only a minute left here. As Aerolax, Strawberry, beautiful save off the wall. Can they get something rolling off of this? Absolutely great momentum. Strawberry going for an aerial. Play is not going to work. Firestreak, low boost, just trying to give it off to Pictus. And Pictus off the crossbar. That sound is the sound of heartbreak. As Levi's able to get another save off a shot from Strawberry, which I'm pretty sure was also about to smack off of that crossbar.
It's just so unfortunate for Gentle Paws here. They've been on target with a lot of their shots in these last few games, but it's game 5. Maybe it's something about having a third member on the field, but they just don't seem to be playing with that sort of aggression that we've been seeing from them all series long. Lumamasi taking great advantage of that. Now, shot opportunity. Strawberry can't get that with the boost that they had in the tank. Tried to pass it off to Fire, but they had no boost. With the final seconds counting down, it looks like that's going to be it with a 3-0 scoreline to end it off. The winner of our first match is going to be Lumamosity as another ball rings off the crossbar here.
Arrow wanted one more. But this series was absolutely beautiful, and no one could keep any momentum rolling. It always just swung back and forth, and maybe that's because of the matchups that we had, between these two teams. But it was absolutely almost glorious to see this momentum swing back and forth. You had players who stood out majorly, Arrow, Lax, and Pictus being the two that I saw most from both of these teams. But really, Lumosity at the end of the day had the deadliest threes combo, and that's what came to bite Gentle Paws at the end with a 3-0 game in Game 5.
And that means that Lumosity will be playing later against X3 Tactics in the upper round 2. Meanwhile, Gentle Paws are going to have to wait a while for their next match. They're going to be playing the loser of the Claude 9 matchup, and they will be playing whoever wins later on between Dignipaws and Protogen Rebellion. So quite a little bit of time to wait before their lower bracket match, but they're going to be in an awkward position as they are now in an elimination spot. So whoever loses that match that'll come up later will be out of the tournament on day 1. Definitely not where you would expect to see Gentle Paws going out. But we'll just have to see exactly what happens. But with that being said, guys, we have a lot of matches we gotta get through today. So we're going to go ahead and hop over to a break before we start our next match. Want to give a quick shout out to my guest caster here at Crush 50. Thank you for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed yourself today casting, and we'll have to have you back on again at some point.
It's been an absolute joy. Casting has always been something that I've enjoyed, and of course Rocket League is something I've always enjoyed. It's been lovely being by your side here for these matches. Absolutely intense gameplay, and I'd absolutely love to come back at some point in the future. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you for casting, and everybody stick around because up next we're going to have our next match, and it's going to be Persian 1 versus Awapta Gaming. Also, guys, make sure that you go to twitch.tv/FirestreakFox for the B stream that should be starting up here momentarily. They will be playing out our other game in the lower bracket, which I believe is going to be, if I check this, there's going to be Dignipaws and Protogen Rebellion going on over there. So if you want to stay ahead of everybody and watch both streams at the same time, I would say go ahead and do that because we're going to have some excellent matches going on both streams. And we will be back after this break with some more mid-season tournament action. Thanks, everybody, and we'll catch you after the break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the RFDL Midseason tournament. I am Ecliptic Fates, and I'm joined here by the manager of Dignipods, Attacking Toads. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. How you doing?
I am doing just fine. It's going to be a great match that we have today for you guys, and this was going to be a little bit of an interesting one because you get to cast your own team playing their first match of midseason. That must be exciting.
Oh, it's absolutely exciting. It's a little nerve-wracking, but with our team being as solid as they are, I'm really excited to see how they do.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think your team has been looking really good recently, and with your new addition of Infernal, I definitely think that your team also has a really good chance of taking this one as well, which is what you love to see, especially when you're casting them. You know, nothing would be better than getting to see your team take down the opposition in this first one. But it's going to be a tough match. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to from your team here?
I'm just looking to see them have actual camaraderie and making sure they communicate well to each other, because that ultimately is where I feel like where our downfall is just making sure we're communicating and very much just making sure we're in the same place that we're actually saying. So it's just a matter of making sure that communication is key.
Yeah, of course. And before we continue on a little bit, we know all these members of Dignipods, but we don't know a lot about you. You're kind of new to the scene. So why don't you tell everybody on stream a little bit about you, like, you know, your background in just general. Like, we want to know more about who the manager of Dignipods is.
I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, I am normally teaching music and all of that, but I really want to help out with this and really get a glimpse into this game, because I've been wanting to really get into depth with this. I'm just not as good as other players. So having the ability to learn from other players, especially as high leveled as these guys are, is a privilege. But yeah, I'm usually a music teacher and musician. Simply put, I usually teach like high school and middle school. So it's nice to be able to manage people that are older than that.
Yeah,
and
sure.
not have to worry about what I say as much. I do worry about it, but you know what I mean.
I totally understand. Well, guys, I will remind everybody before we start this coming match is that we also have a B stream going on. I did have some of the matchups mixed up, so the Awatic and Persian 1 match is going to be taking place on that other stream. They're getting it prepared right now, so make sure that you go over to twitch.tv/FireStreakFox for that B stream if that is the match that you want to be watching. Here, we're going to be playing Dignipods and Protogen Rebellion, and we're going to go ahead and start talking about these teams, starting with Dignipods, who have been showing up recently, and as we talked about, have a new player here in Infernal, who has been a very much player that's been wanted to be seen in this league, and now that he's finally got the time for it, finally on a full roster, along with Sylvie and NovaFox, who are going to make a very, very good team as well. Going into this mid-season tournament, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to play, but I'm very excited to see the strategies that they implement going forward.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, Infernal has been working on ones very recently, so it's nice to see how they're gonna play, and I think we have a good chance of winning, as you said, but there's also a good chance we may not show up as well as we think, because this tournament is not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was more going to be towards the threes, but it's interesting to see, and it's definitely a good format to be very versatile.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a really good showcase of both of these teams' skills. We are going to talk about the other team here, as it is going to be Protogen Rebellion, a team that you could not take for granted going into this match. Static, Heavenly, and Turtles going to be showing up in these matches, and they've been on a bit of a upward curve as well. They did lose their last match against my team Cloud9 in league play, but they still made it look very competitive, and they've just been getting better as the season's been going on. Now we're going to have to see how their 1v1s and 2v2s are going into mid-season. Hopefully they've been able to put some practice in these last couple of weeks. But these guys are not someone to scoff at. They're going to be a tough team to beat.
Oh yeah, I think Static is a very good ones player, so that will be very interesting to see if they actually put him in. Turtles is, as we know, a really good 3s and 2s player, but we'll see if they have him play a ones match or not. And then Heavenly, I think, has been a good player in League. It's just a matter of what they do. I think all the 2s are going to be really good. It's a matter of what they do for the 1s.
Yeah, I have to agree there. And honestly, when it comes to the 1s, I would give your team an advantage here in Dignipause. I think that the 1v1 on your side is going to be pretty good, but I also gotta say, I know Static is a bit of a 1s main as of recently, and so he could pop off in a really good way. So, you know, we might see another Game 5 in this, which is what I would hope to see. And both these teams fighting for the upper bracket match against my team, Cloud9. So, either way, they're going to have a difficult match coming up in their next round as well. So, I'm kind of nervous watching this one to see how this is going to go. But I think we're just about ready to get started. Are you ready to get started in this match as well, Toads?
Yeah, I'm absolutely ready and excited to see how it goes.
All right, well, without further ado, guys, it is time to start our next match. Dignipause versus Protogen Rebellion for the fight against Cloud9. And we're going to start off with the 1v1, and it's going to be Turtles versus Infernal in this first one, which already shows us what our game 2 match is going to be. Sylvie and Nova Fox against Static and Heavenly, and immediately Turtle's going to get a kickoff goal to start this one off.
I mean, I was definitely not expecting Turtles to play this first match. I was definitely expecting Static, so this is going to be interesting. And getting that first kickoff is definitely going to push them towards that direction that they need to go, keeping the pressure on.
And you can see a little bit of confusion on the servers as Infernal didn't realize Turtles was EU, and it's seeming to play a little bit towards Turtles' favor here as Infernal gets a 50, but Turtles is going to be taking this one. And when you look at the ranks of the players coming into this, you would give the advantage to Turtles based solely on rank, the GC3 coming up against the GC2. But Infernal, we've seen multiple times before, as a very good player and easily can come back on these kickoffs. We have 3 kickoff goals to start this game, and I said in the last match that I said in the last match that ones is a high-scoring affair, and we're seeing it right here. 20 seconds down, and already 3 goals.
Yeah, I mean, this is already going to be a really good match, and I'm excited to see where it goes. I mean, Infernal has really been working on his ones, so I'm interested in seeing that. But as you can see, Turtles gets another kickoff goal right here.
Yeah, it's going to be just
Yeah.
based off of the boost grab there. He was able to get that boost before Infernal, and that will
Yeah.
give him a lot more space to work with. But Infernal, trying to get this kickoff over onto this side, does get the ball up high. Turtle's not going to have a lot of boost. Does get up for that 50, though, and that's going to be maybe the first not kickoff goal that we've seen to
Infernal's
start
gonna
this
go
game.
flat.
Oh, my goodness.
What the heck?
Turtle
Okay.
showing up. He noticed
And
his
Turtles
Infernal
is
has
really
low
showing
boost there. Yeah, you can see he noticed his Infernal has low boost there. He actually goes for the flip reset and goes to the top corner, which is going to basically be impossible for Infernal to get to. And 5 goals within the first minute. I'm thinking that this is going to be quite a long game for game number 1.
Oh, for sure. I think it will be an interesting one for sure. And with that, okay. So there goes for the corner there, bringing it over.
That's going to be another touch for Turtles.
Yeah.
That's going to be a 5th goal. And that's something you really got to watch for in these 1v1s is these high bounces are very detrimental if you have low boost. And it just seems like Turtles is playing the boost possession game so much better than Infernals is right now. And, you know, as you know very well, boost is so instrumental to making all of these plays happen. If you're able to get the boost from your opponent in most of these situations, you're going to find yourself in the upper hand, especially in ones. As you can see, Infernal did get that corner boost, which will be able to allow him to make an attack. But Turtles is doing so well, it just seems like he's ball chasing a little bit, making sure Infernal has no time to do any sort of the plays that he's coming up with to make any chances on the net. And as for Infernal, he's just trying his best here, but it just seems like Turtles is outplaying a little bit.
Turtles has not been getting that, not giving any sort of remorse whatsoever, really wanting this win. And you can see that in this play.
Now Turtles with possession, looking for the dribble. Infernal just a little bit far to the side. That's going to be a 6th goal for Protogen Rebellion, as they seem that they really want this first game. Infernal trying his best
Infernal
there,
jumping
but...
a little too early on that. I think he should have probably gone a little bit more forward and then hit it from the side. But
it's definitely a bit of a chance going so far to the side for Infernal
got
there.
that boost.
A good boost grab, but not able to capitalize on it. Probably going into the back of the net. It just seems like another issue there.
Turtles is really capitalizing on the openings that Infernal is unfortunately giving right now. And talking to Infernal before the match, Infernal was a little bit nervous going against Turtles or Static. So, I think that may be playing into it a little bit, maybe having some effect. But Infernal does get a goal right there. Very clean.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very happy to see that Dignipaw is able to put a few more goals in. However, it does seem like Turtles is kind of running this lobby a little bit. He just has a better game sense in this one than Infernal right now. You can see Infernal went for the challenge and Turtles bumped him away into the corner. Just able to use that speed to put this on again.
Infernal doesn't really have a chance there to even catch up with Turtles getting those two boosts.
Yeah, and I am wondering if we might possibly, depending on how long this match goes, we might see the first forfeit in the ones, as we have told all the players and managers that if we are under 2 minutes remaining in a game, as we're about to, and there's an 8-goal difference, which would happen if Turtles hits 10 goals right now, that the player that is losing is allowed to forfeit the match, which will just take us straight to our 2v2. Now, these higher level players, I expect to not see that out of them. They have the will to try and win. And especially in these situations, it might look bleak being down by 7 goals, but oh, we do have
they're
the
being
forfeit
such
coming out. Where's the yes?
leniency is
okay. Yeah, he's
wow.
he is gonna forfeit that first one, so we are gonna give that first victory over to Protogen Rebellion. That is fine. That is how these things are supposed to go. So we are going to go ahead and try
Set
and
up for the next one.
set up for this next one here. It's gonna take a couple of minutes, but we will get that one going, and we will be all good to go from there, guys. But we are gonna give Protogen that first win, and then we will get going with the next one. Unfortunate for
Infernal right there, yeah.
yeah, it is unfortunate. Those when it comes to EU versus NA, he kind of just got the short end of the stick there. If they would have put Static in, it would have been a
EU
US
service.
Central. It was actually US East, but that is still bad for a West player in most cases. It would have been Central if they had picked Static, but picking Turtles seemed to be the right move, and that is one reason why we don't allow players to know who they're going up against, because those are mind games that you can put on for those teams. Now, that being said, Infernal is going to have to deal with East servers in their upcoming 2v2. Hopefully that's not going to be too bad for them going into the 2v2, but it might mean that they want to change their strategy for Dignipause going into it. However, if I know what's going to happen, I think I have an idea of what's going to happen. So, I think, everything should be fine. Yet again, I do this all the time, guys. But as we show the replays for this next one, we expect Dignipause to try and get the next 2 game wins here. And
I mean, you can see a couple. Sorry.
No, you're good.
There's a couple of places you can see where the latency kind of comes into play, unfortunately. At least from my point of view. But I mean, that's kind of how you got to figure out how to deal with it. Unfortunately, Infernal was not able to deal with it today. But you gotta give props to Turtles, though. I mean, Turtles did not really let up at all. So
yeah, Turtles just kind of didn't let up at all, and that was giving them a lot of advantage going into that one. Now we're going to be looking at game number 2, and I do need to make sure. I believe this one, because Heavenly, I believe, is... I need to make sure of these guys' regions here. We have East for Nova is Sylvie East, East for Sylvie, and I believe Heavenly is also East, and so is Static, so that will be on an 8. So that works just fine for them.
yeah.
And we'll have to see what they do in the 2v2. Now, Sylvie coming into the 2v2 is going to make this tough on Static and Heavenly. We know how good Sylvie is at going into these mechanical plays, and that is kind of where 2v2 does shine. So we're going to have to see if they can continue on with a win here.
My thinking is it's gonna really depend on the lower ranked out of the 2, which I believe is Heavenly and Nova, if I'm correct.
Yes.
So it's gonna really depend on how they play and if they're gonna be able to capitalize. So, and you can see with that kickoff, Sylvie and Nova are getting a good kickoff right now, and you can see Sylvie doing some race down right there in the air, doing some air dribbles and all of that.
Now, something I'm really going to be watching for is how Static and Heavenly try to shut down Sylvie. as they know how good this player is going into these 2v2s. The main objective for them is going to have to be not allowing Sylvie to get many touches on the ball, trying to get them off the play as soon as possible, and finding some opportunities for themselves that they did here. Heavenly with the first goal for Protogen in this 2v2. And unfortunately, Nova doesn't have any boost on that. Tries to go for the ball, but can't quite get the touch as they flipped off of the goal line.
I think as long as Nova is able to play more defensively and letting Sylvie do Sylvie things, as we put it. Oh my lord, that was a good touch right there by Nova. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. It's a great touch from Nova. Unfortunately, Heavenly, not enough boost and trying to avoid the demo. Gonna give Dignipause a 1-goal tie here. And that's exactly what you want to see for Dignipause. You want to see them scoring quick off of these counterattacks, and you want to see them coming back into the match as soon as possible, because they're gonna need some momentum in this game number 2. They might be able to find it here.
Demo was nice.
Yeah, good demo. No, you're great. You're great. Sylvie trying to find something off of that sidewall. Not going to be able to do anything. Nova has to play the midfield game very well. And as you said before, we are going to be really watching to see what Heavenly and Nova can do on this midfield line. I think whoever of those two has the better pressure and the most impact, that's going to swing this 2v2 in their favor.
Oh, absolutely. And it looks like they're actually pretty evenly matched, and unfortunately Nova's not be able to get there just in time with no boost. So that is unfortunate.
That one's going to be a tough one for Dignipause, just not able to get back in time. Now up by 1 again for Protogen Rebellion, and if you're Dignipause, this seems like it is a much-win game. If you go to match point, there's a lot you have to think about. You can assume Static would be going up next for the 1v1. As I did say earlier, they are a bit of the 1v1 main of their team. And while I've also heard that Sylvie doesn't necessarily like playing ones, I think it would not be a good idea to put Nova against Static, which means you force Sylvie to play the ones if Protogen wins this. Unless you really want to... if you don't do that, you're letting a sweep be a possibility. And you definitely don't want to allow that to happen. Now Sylvie going up for this, trying to get the touch. Gonna be dunked by Static. Nova off the sidewall. Not a lot of boost. Trying to make it work though. Heavenly up to meet them. And you can see Protogen playing this very patient, very defensive. As they know what Sylvie can pull off, as they show right here. Wow. A perfect flip reset to tie up the game.
A really, really clean just then. And I think it actually bumped off of one of the players just then into there, instead of just doing full reset, but...
See? In the Dignipause corner for the start of this kickoff, Sylvie gets a good touch. Static doesn't have a lot of boost. He's going to have to find something here. Sylvie puts another shot on net, but it's slow enough that Static will be able to get there. Yeah, you see Nova there trying to get the dunk. It's not going to necessarily work out. Does work in this situation, though, but Heavenly, faster to that ball than Sylvie. Not going to be able to say that too many times. Static is going to get a big boom. And you really got to watch. Balls like that are very dangerous for Dignipause, having to scramble back and make sure they're in the right position for any shot. But this is very dangerous. Unfortunately for Sylvie, gets a bit of a lag reset, it seems like there. And that should be an open goal for Static.
Block right now. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Yeah.
Good
save. That was a nice block.
Great save from Sylvie. However, Nova is a little bit too far out. It's gonna be another goal.
Static, or not Static. Sylvie did go for a block there, but just wasn't able to get there in time. Oh, sorry, that's Nova.
It is Nova. Apparently, boost over ball is something that we say quite a lot in the Rocket League scene. It looks like Nova was prioritizing that boost a little bit more, not expecting the 50 on Sylvie to go straight into the net, and they are going to pay for that. And I think that's something that we've seen a couple of times here in this 2v2, is Nova just a little bit out of position, and it has been costing them a couple of goals here. And with under a minute left, Dignipaw is going to need to find something soon. Might have a chance here. It's off the post, but out. Nova looks for the shot, but it's going to be wide again. And that might be the goal that they needed to tie this up. Still plenty of time, though. Sylvie has 100 boost and do a lot with it. However,
They
immediately
need this
up
goal
for
within the
Heavenly.
next,
Oh, that's going to be in.
20 seconds. And that's most likely game number 2.
That is more than likely the nail in the coffin, and that gives Dignipaws an interesting situation looking at the potential of being swept. Now, as I said earlier, I think the idea was to have Sylvie in every single 2v2. However, put in this situation, knowing that you're probably playing Static next, I think that it's a no-brainer that you have to put Sylvie in and hope for the best.
That was a good block by Static.
With an excellent block. It's going to be another one. Nova with the shot. It's going to be wide, and that's going to be it with 2-goal lead with 0 seconds left. Protogen Rebellion, a bit of an upset here. 2-0 lead, and they are looking to sweep Dignipaws here in this round number 1.
It's definitely really nerve-wracking for me right now, being their manager. But I think if anyone's going to be able to do a comeback here, it's going to be probably Dignipaws, in my opinion. So, we'll see.
Yeah, we will have to see. And now I'm going to be waiting for the managers to DM me. I think Inferno has been taking that place for you, Toads, while you're casting. To let me know who's coming in for game 3. And I will be waiting on Rai to let me know who is coming in for the Protogen squad. But we'll go ahead and show the replays for that. And I'm sure Dignipaw's probably taking a moment to go over their strategy here.
Here's the thing, Dignipaws and Protogen Rebellion aren't playing good. It's just, unfortunately, Dignipaws is leaving more openings. In this case, it's just a matter of who's going to leave more openings, and unfortunately, right now, it's Dignipaws. So
now, I will say we do have our next 1v1 already, and I am correct in assuming what was going to happen here. It is going to be Sylvie versus Static in this 1v1. This is going to be very interesting. Sylvie, we know...
Oh, that's going to be fun.
It's a very good player, but I also know that they don't like playing ones. So that's going to be interesting. And Static, he goes on a 1v1 grind. Like, every time he goes live, he plays at least 5 ones games. So he has the experience here to take this game. We're going to have to see which one of these two can do it. And honestly, you might be a little bit nervous if you're Sylvie here. Your back's against the wall. You have to reverse sweep now. You have to make sure that everything goes right for your squad. And Protogen Rebellion, they're playing with a lot of momentum going into this next 1v1. So will they be able to do it? Let's go ahead and get into the game and see what these guys have.
Really needs this. If anything, they needed to get that second win to really not have to feel that pressure. But unfortunately now you got the pressure and now you gotta feel it for that game. Dang, Static already gained the first goal. Good, put a lot of pressure on Sylvie.
And honestly, I would be as surprised as Sylvie there. You do not think Static is going to go for that ball with the amount of boost that they had, but they had just enough space to get that challenge in. And That's something that I haven't really seen a lot of. I have not really watched a lot of the Static's Ones games. I'm not sure exactly what his playstyle is. It's going to be very interesting to see what they can pull off. Meanwhile, on the other end, Sylvie, we always talk about how mechanically gifted this player is. And you would expect to see a lot of high-flying plays, but one doesn't really allow for that in a lot of cases.
Nice.
As you can see, Sylvie gets possession of this ball, but no boost. Doesn't go for the mid, just goes for the dribble, trying to fake out Static. It does roll over to the sidewall, but that's not going to be a goal opportunity. Now, this is where Sylvie is more in tune, is where they can go off of that sidewall and go up for something, but they weren't able to find anything, and now Static going to get a second goal. Now, being down by 2 and 1s is not much. You gotta be scared if you're a fan of Dignipos here.
You gotta be scared if you're the manager. I think if you're Protogen Rebellion's manager right now, you're being like, dang, we're doing very well. We're gonna probably make this upset, but you never know. You never know. Especially once, you never know.
That is true, and this would be quite an upset here. The, I believe, 11th seed coming into this tournament up against, I believe, the 5th or 6th seed, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
This should have been Dignipos, but unfortunately, it just seems like it seems like this very much stemmed from the Game 1 decision to allow Turtles to play that 1v1. It just seems like it really put Infernal in a rough spot playing on that East server. And it also meant that in the 2v2 that's coming up, if we get to a Game 4, it's going to be another East server, as Infernal will be playing again, as will Turtles. Which means it's just going to be that much harder for Dignipos to get this win.
Yeah.
Seems like their backs are up against the corner, but if there's any team that I've seen come back from adversity, it's going to be Dignipos. And Sylvie playing that really patient, and that's an excellent goal to try and come back here.
And you gotta get props for Sylvie there. He's not very much a patient player, and really being patient there really paid off just then.
And to give you guys a quick update on how the other matches are going right now in the bracket, we are in Game 2 of Persian 1 versus Awoptic, where Persian 1 is up by a game and up by 4 goals in Game number 2, so they're also looking at a sweep. However, in this game, we're looking at Sylvie getting that comeback there, and that aggression is exactly what we need to see from Sylvie. Might be a good counter to Static's 1v1 style.
Well, we still don't know Static's 1v1 playstyle that well. It's very early in the match. So, I don't know. Maybe. I guess currently it's looking like it's working decently, but Static is able to get that block, but no boost for Sylvie.
That could be an
Sylvie needs to go
opportunity.
for the goal.
Oh, that's unfortunate. If you're Sylvie there, you're expecting that ball to go out off the post, but Static put it in just the right spot to go up the corner and in. I think if he puts that a pixel to the right of where he shot that, that's going out. And now Protogen Rebellion up to a 1-goal lead again. However, 1-goal leads don't really mean anything, and you can see right there, Sylvie trying for the aggressive play, but the shot just a little bit wide. Does get the boost though, has opportunity, looks for the flick, it's gonna be over, and Sylvie immediately with the comeback. 1:51 remaining, and we're all tied up here.
This is a really close match, and a really good match too. Very good matchup between Static and Sylvie. It's definitely a nerve-wracking one.
Now Static gets that win off the kickoff. But Sylvie with the immediate aggression, and Static is going to pay for that. Dignipos finally take the lead, I think for the first time in this series.
This is the first time in the series since the... Yeah, no, it's the first time in the series that we've taken a lead there. So, very nice. Sylvie will be like... I think Sylvie is good. Probably feel like he's playing really good here, and I mean,
Ooh.
for good reason, except for that unfortunate bounce off the goal there. But getting that goal right there is really nice. Even without much boost, I don't think he had any boost. Oh, he had a little bit of boost, but
And you can see Static there. He went up expecting the shot to come out immediately. Sylvie actually takes it a lot slower. And it's working out. This playstyle of Sylvie is seeming to counter a little bit of what Static is trying to do here. Now, going for that demo, immediately taking that corner boost and getting the ball. Now, if you're Sylvie being up by 2, playing this ball as close to the car as possible is going to be the best chance that they have. It allows them to go for these sort of shots, but they have to be very careful doing that because that could take him way out of position.
when he went up to the ceiling, I think he went for a pinch, but he didn't have enough boost to be able to go for that pinch. Static gets the demo, and we'll see if Sylvie can, if Static can capitalize on that. Which, unfortunately, Static is not able to capitalize on that demo.
And Static's gonna have to get back to this one. Does so. Puts it in an awkward position. Sylvie still has a chance to shoot. Static is trying to look for any sort of opportunity. 30 seconds remain, and definitely not impossible to come back by 2 goals, but he needed that one to go into the back corner. And unfortunately, it's gonna be a little bit too wide. Gonna have to find something really soon, or else Dignipaz is going to make this to a game 4. The flick is not going to get past Sylvie. 10 seconds left. Static has to put a shot on right now, and that's not going in. And it looks like Sylvie is going to cause a game 4 for Dignipaz. We're going to have to see Infernal and Nova play up against Turtles and Heavenly to try and cause a game 5.
Which is a nerve-wracking one when you're me, because Infernal is not... It doesn't have the greatest playstyle when it comes to playing on East servers, so... We'll see.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to play very, patient, for sure. They're gonna have to play very, defensive, I would say, as well. It's gonna be a tough one coming out for them. All you can really say is good luck, but what a comeback for Sylvie there, I gotta say. Very well played for them in this one. So, at least giving the chance at a reverse sweep, and 2v2 is a lot more different than 1v1. They're going to be able to rely on Nova to come through for them in chances where they were not able to before. Their 2v2 rotation might be a little bit more aggressive, might be able to beat out Turtles on some of these. I don't necessarily know how Turtles and Heavenly are going to play together as well, so we're going to have to see how they do. Once again, backs against the wall for Dignipaz, but I definitely think they have a chance to take this to a game 5.
I think them having their backs against the walls is when they play the best. So, I'm really excited to see these 2 play right now, and I hope they play a little bit more defensively, like you said, especially Infernal, who's really good at playing defensively, usually, so we'll see.
Yeah, and we will be getting into this game 4 in just a second, guys. I believe everybody is getting onto the pitch, and we're gonna get going. Game number 4, starting right now. Dignipaz up against match point once again. We're gonna have to see if they can take this 2v2.
Turtle's always playing really aggressive, and Nova is able to get that block right there. And Infernal gets that goal from out of nowhere.
And this is exactly what you want to see for Dignipaz here. Taking the aggression to Infernal, leaving Heavenly, or to Turtles, my bad, leaving the last back being Heavenly and able to pop it over. You're gonna need to take advantage of that as much as possible. if you want to be able to take this to a game 5.
Heavenly doing a really good air dribble right there, but unfortunately isn't capitalized because of Infernal being right there.
There's a good chance here. Infernal gonna take it slow. Heavenly with an own
Wow.
goal. It was so close to going out, but not gonna be able to find that. And now down by 2 quickly. This is not how you wanted to start for Protogen. Maybe there's a little bit of nerves.
I mean, I think everyone has nerves here, especially when Dignipaz just won and now has kind of a momentum going into this match. And you gotta be nervous when you're talking to about Progen Rebellion here. But Turtles getting that goal as soon as I say that is proving me wrong. So it's definitely probably going to be a good matchup as long as they keep the aggression going. But you never know. Maybe they'll try to do something different. That kickoff was beautiful for Protogen Rebellion. But not good for Dignipaz right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of those kickoffs just going the wrong way. They're going to have to regain, try and get the next one. It's going to be a quick comeback here in this game number 4. All tied up. And Turtles seemingly has found the momentum that he needs. And that's something that if you're Dignipod, you're going to want to take away as soon as possible. And Infernal doing just that. A great play. Getting it under Heavenly here. You can see goes up. Fakes the flip reset. Lands on the ground. And Turtles just can't get up to it in time. Those are the sort of things that I was expecting from Infernal.
Infernal is coming off of playing very well last week. Or not last week, but what was it, 3 weeks ago?
Yep.
Playing really well and winning a tournament before that match, which I don't think people knew. UCLA was playing a match right before they played, and they won that whole entire tournament. So Infernal is coming off of a really good win streak currently, so
that's great to hear for Infernal for sure. Now we're gonna have to see if he can get this save. It is put on rather slowly. Easy save for Infernal. He will have possession here, but demoed on the play by Turtles, allowing Heavenly to push this one out. We're gonna have to find a goal. Plenty of time still to do so. We're gonna have to see what they can come up with.
If you're Nova and Infernal, you're saying, hey, let's just play really defensively here. Let's do that. I mean, you don't need to put on aggression here, but when you're Protogen Rebellion, you're getting the pressure on right now and having to really make some really good plays. If you're talking about that, and they do, but Infernal was able to catch up to that.
And just letting everybody know, I think there was some technical issues over on the Fire Streak stream. I believe they're going to be starting up the series again real soon. Persian 1 is in the lead with a 2-game lead. Meanwhile here, you can see Heavenly gets a really nice shot. Nova so close to that, but just a little bit too high to get that touch. And that's going to be rough.
I don't think Infernal was thinking it would go forward there, but we gotta see if they're able to bring it back and capitalize and gain the lead again.
Oh, Heavenly up too early for that ball. There was definitely a chance for them to get that goal. Now Turtles having to scramble back. Infernal can't get to the ball on time, but steals the boost away from Turtles. Unfortunately, can't get the ball, and that's going to be moving towards midfield now. Nova keeps it alive, tries to get the bump, but Turtles still gets a touch on the ball. Still very awkward for Protogen Rebellion here in the next 90 seconds. One of these teams is going to need to score a goal, or we will go to OT.
Which would be good for content, but not good for the team.
not good for
the
your
team.
nerves either, if I'd say so myself.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, shot coming in
if
from
you're-
Heavenly. It's off.
If you're Dignitas there, you're like, that's going in. But fortunately for Heavenly, they're not able to get it in with Infernal. Fortunately for Protogen Rebellion, getting that goal off of that. So.
All right. Now we'll see if Dignitas can move this lead up. Trying to go for the bump on Turtles, not able to get it. With a minute left. Protogen Rebellion, they're going to want to try and take this win. They do not want to go to a Game 5 against the Dignitas squad, who has momentum. Oh, they might find a chance here. Nova can't get up to it, and Protogen do tie it up. A bit of a mistouch here from Infernal, you can see. He doesn't want that to pop out to the side, but he's just a little bit too high on that wall. And it goes off at an angle. Turtles doing very well to see that shot opportunity. Now one
And Turtles
kickoff goal
wins
could
that.
be it, but that's not going to happen.
Infernal going for a setup there, and unfortunately it's not getting it.
I think this next couple of seconds is going to be really determined by which team has boost control. Right now it's going to be Protogen Rebellion, as both of the Dignitas members are without boost. Shots saved by Infernal, as that was definitely going in. You gotta let out a bit of a sigh of relief if you're Toads here, as that would have been the final nail in
Sorry.
the coffin, but there's not a lot of time left. Looks like Protogen have
It's going
a
to
chance. It's
OT.
gonna be past one. Infernal does have boost though. It looks like we're gonna go to an OT unless Infernal can come up with something right here. Turtles has 100 boost though. Infernal trying to play this slow. It's gonna hit the ground, and we go to
Okay.
OT. Golden goal for Protogen Rebellion. Get the goal and you move on. Or are we gonna get a game 5
that was
by
good for
Dignitas?
Infernal. That was good for Dignitas there for that kickoff.
Ooh, that's not good
Nova
though.
needs to get to the goal, and good for them being able to get to that goal. Infernal
Turtles?
getting the pressure back on Protogen Rebellion.
Oh, that could be it. Heavenly gets the touch though. That was gonna go in. Now Infernal has to rush back. Turtles gonna have boost, gets it over one, but Infernal will be there for the save. Heavenly,
You get-
good pressure. Oh, he keeps it alive. Turtles is up, but he doesn't have a lot of boost. Infernal knows that and plays the save. But Heavenly showing so much pressure on this midfield right now. Nova misses. It's gonna be
Oh
awkward.
my
Turtles has all
lord.
the boost, but the shot is bad. Heavenly,
Oh my
gonna get a shot
lord.
that's gonna block it. They've had so many opportunities for Protogen to take this series, and none of them have been able to do it. And they're really going to be kicking themselves if they allow Dignitas to come back. Heavenly with the shot, Infernal with the save.
Okay,
Turtles is
there you
going to have
go.
more boost. He turns it
Oh my
around.
lord.
Infernal can't
This
keep up
is
with
a
the ball.
lot.
He has no boost. There's a lot of pressure going on here for Protogen. Oh, but Infernal gets it past Turtles. This is finally going to be their chance. Heavenly has to
Infernal
play
and
that.
Nova need
is
to get
there.
this.
Nova with the
And
shot.
Nova gets it.
Woohoo. And you're kicking yourself if you're Protogen Rebellion there. As we are going to a game 5 once again. Dignitas trying to bring back the reverse sweep. And
I
that's
feel
just-
like my heart skipped a beat there. Oh my god, that was a lot.
Protogen Rebellion had so many chances on that net. We should have had
Oh,
a
agreed.
winner in that game, and they just couldn't put the shot on. And now we go into a 3v3 for game number 5. And this is going to be really rough for Dignitas. Turtles Rocket League just crashed, so we're going to have to wait for him to get back. But that is going to be fine. And
I mean, for Dignitas, you gotta be like, this is our chance to really get this win now. And going into the 3v3, having the momentum now. And Protogen, you're gotta be like this is really unfortunate for them. Because they did play really well in that match. It just wasn't in the position to capitalize, unfortunately. It had a lot of chances, just didn't have the actual position.
Yeah, and that final salvo of attacks there on the net, just not going the right way for Protogen Rebellion. Now they're going to be fighting Sylvie and Infernal at the same time. Once again, on East, so Infernal might have a bit of a disadvantage, but bringing in the momentum from those wins should be enough to get them a good start in this Game 5. We're going to be going to Champions Field for the second time today already. Meanwhile, as we set up this game, guys, a little extra to tell you what's going on the other series. Persian 1 up by 1 goal in the 1v1 for Game 3. They would be taking this in a sweep if they win that one. And we're going to have to see as we get into this game. Can Dignipause pull off the reverse sweep? Or will we be getting a Protogen Rebellion win? We will find out right now as we go straight into game number 5 here on Champions Field. Winner plays against Claude 9. Loser gonna have to wait for their lower round matchup later.
What you gotta think, if you're going against Claude 9, that's gonna be a tough match. But it's gonna be an even match, though, in my opinion. Nothing against Claude 9, I just think either one of these teams right now would be a pretty good matchup against Claude 9, but we don't know how Claude 9 is going to do. So, you never know.
Exactly. I will say, on my personal opinion, I would be a bit more scared to play against this Dignipause squad that's coming through with an excellent shot from Nova.
Nova coming out of nowhere there and getting that goal, with Heavenly unfortunately just not getting in position to be able to block that.
And looking dire for Protogen. They're gonna have to find something quick. They might do it right here. It's off the side of the post and out. Heavenly needed to place that a little bit more to the left. And that's
sorry, that should have gone in.
Absolutely should have went in.
You gotta be upset if you're Protogen, because that was a really good chance there. And same thing happens to Dignipause now, with it bouncing off the crossbar. There's a lot of action with the bar getting in the way of things tonight.
Now Static with a chance, gonna try and put it out. No one able to get to the pass. Turtle's gonna have to play this off his own corner. And this is such a tough matchup for Protogen in the 3v3, having to deal with both Sylvie and Infernal, as well as Nova, who put that first shot in. They're gonna have to find an opportunity, but they can just leave some of their higher ranked players back for the save if need be. A 1-goal game is not necessarily safe though, especially with a touch like that. Infernal has to run up for it, does get past one. Heavenly beating out Sylvie. The Nova Fox there for another shot, and it looks like Nova really started getting that accuracy going good.
Nova's getting really accurate all of a sudden in this game. Maybe feeling a little bit more confidence having Sylvie and Infernal, which is a deadly combo. And Infernal trying to go for a goal, but not exactly sure what happened there. Of who kicked it out, but
chance for Protogen. The Turtles moves forward on the ball. No boost though. Gets dunked by Infernal.
All three of them were over there to block it, so could be hard to capitalize on that. And looking at that, Sylvie is able to block that from even getting over and getting into midfield now. Static bring it over.
We're seeing such a good midfield game right now from Dignipaz. They're playing it very well, playing it very defensively, which is all they need. However, that might not be enough. That's going to bounce out as Sylvie gets the save, and Protogen Rebellion is just getting the worst luck when it comes to these shots.
I'm sorry, but that was in. That was absolutely in on my side.
Another save.
Protogen Rebellion has got to be like, what the heck is happening here? Just not getting anything tonight in this 3v3.
It's so unfortunate. That ball has to go all the way into the net to score, and it was just out by a pixel. And that was more than enough for Sylvie to get their car to the ball first. And Infernal now having an open net. Static has to keep it out. 60 seconds left.
Bring it down.
Oh, this game could go either way here, Toads. Very
Absolutely,
nerve-wracking.
and I am absolutely nervous right now. My heart is pounding at this, but you gotta be nervous if you're these players having to have all of that pressure. And there's a good possibility right there for Protogen, but not able to get anything going. Got 30 seconds left. Protogen needs at least a goal to bring it to overtime at least. But it's not looking fantastic, but as I say that, it could be changed because of commentary curse right there.
Final 10 seconds, and Infernal's gonna get past one. Static has to find a goal here. Sylvie with the touch. Is anyone gonna be there? Heavenly does, but it's not gonna go in, and Dignipaz gets the reverse sweep with a 1-0 game.
I said it too. I said if anyone's gonna be able to do it, it's Dignipaz, and luckily I was right. That was a fantastic match from Protogen Rebellion. You gotta be so upset for them. If you're the PR fan, you gotta be really upset with that because that was a really close match and a really good match.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. Once again, if you're Dignipaz, or not Dignipaz, if you're Protogen, you gotta be kicking yourself after that game 4. That overtime was absolutely theirs, and they kind of threw it just to either side of the goal. If they would have put it in the net, they wouldn't have even had to deal with a game 5. But unfortunately, that's just how these games go sometimes, and they're gonna have to find a match later on in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, we're going to have Dignipaz facing up against Claude9 in the upper round 2. That's going to be a tough match for either team. And I believe, I just want to check real quick. I believe we might have had the other match, and on the other side, we might have had Persian 1 winning that. Once again, we will have all of those updated as soon as possible. We will be putting in the scores momentarily for this match. But guys, there's a lot more to come up. And up next, we are going to have our first upper bracket round 2 match. It's going to be X3 Tactics versus Lumimosity. So before we go, just giving a quick shout out to Toads here. I'm sure you're happy to see your team win in such a spectacular fashion, and we'll have to have you back on later today for some more casting.
Absolutely. I'm excited. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Everybody stick on around. We might have a bit of a longer break. We shall see about that, but we are going to get the scores implemented for this next match. And then X3 Tactics versus Lumimosity up next to see who moves on to day 2. You're not going to want to miss it. Stick around, guys. We'll be right back.
That was a lot.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back to the RFDL Midseason Tournament. I am Ecliptic Fades. I'm joined by Docky and Nova Fox from Dignipause. And I guess I've got two sides of the same coin here. We're going to talk to Nova first. I want to ask you in particular. I wasn't going to ask, but I do realize I have the opportunity. Getting the reverse sweep on Protogen Rebellion, how did that feel?
It felt great. I'm still shaking from games 4 and 5 mostly. The amount of times we were on defense just kind of made me a little nervous, but it's where I like to play, so.
Yeah, I gotta say that game 4 overtime was especially a wild one, that's for sure. So happy to see you guys get a win here. Sad for Protogen Rebellion to be down in the lowers, but they will find out who their match is later. And I mean, you have to face me next, so I'll just have to say good luck to you on that one. But Docky, now we turn over to you guys. I heard that you did not have the result that you guys were looking for.
You know, you win some, you lose some. Ultimately, we had fun, but you know, definitely did not. I threw the first one's match. I'll say that. So it's on me. It's on me for sure.
Interesting. But happy to see that you are in high spirits. And I hope you guys are ready for this next match as we start getting it set up. Because it's going to be our first upper bracket round 2 match for a spot in Championship Sunday. It's going to be X3 Tactics versus Lumimosity. Anybody, what do you guys think about those teams?
Sorry, this is still loading for me. You said X3 Lumimosity. That one I'm actually really excited for because we have, right, a team that's kind of higher on the leaderboards. But I think that the crew battles might test their ability to kind of adapt, I think, right? And I mean, that's kind of the point of the mid-season tournament to begin with, but I think that might be on full display here. X3 kind of a really good threes team and has shown as much, but gonna have a tougher time going up against some of these 1v1 and 2v2 matchups they're gonna have to play, so that's gonna take some adaptation. I haven't seen these are players that I haven't seen much of in general, but this will definitely be a test, and I think we'll get to see that on full display.
I mean, I was gonna say, I don't know much about the teams and like, you know, how they play or what their strengths and whatnot is, but I do know that with it being the crew battles, I mean, Protogen's like what, 11th, and they took us to 5, almost sweeping us, so you have to watch out, even if you're the higher ranked teams.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, this format is so different with how strategy has to be used in picking the right 1s and 2s partners for each game. So I definitely would say, even though they're the first seed, that doesn't necessarily guarantee them a win, especially with Lumimosity looking as good as they have. Let's talk about the teams, though. Let's talk about X3 Tactics going into this match. And one of you guys, I'd say Docky, you can talk about X3 here.
You know, we've seen that, you know, they had a roster change mid-season, or not mid-season, but earlier on, and that seems to have not slowed them down at all. It was kind of that they were the first team on the leaderboard, and then they, you know, had a big roster shakeup, and they've continued to win. So clearly they had some kind of knowledge of their ability to play well together beforehand, and I think that's showing itself here. So a lot of good things to say about this team. A lot of really good twos players here, I know for sure, and Shy and Trico, assuming that combo might happen at some point in this matchup here. But yeah, I mean, they're a really good team, and they show it on the leaderboard. So we'll have to see if they can adapt, like I mentioned earlier. But for now, you know, they're solid.
Yeah, they are quite a strong team. They've been number 1 for a reason. However, since they lost their other members, their defense has been looking a little lacking. However, we do have the Week 11 MVP in Trico on this squad. Gonna have to show up again. We're gonna have to see if the MVP curse is alive and well with this squad, as they had to play up against this team, Lumimosity, who came up from the round 1 with a win in game 5 against Gentlepause. That was quite an interesting match we saw from them as well. You have to think the momentum that they bring in from this match might be able to put some pressure on X3 Tactics, and we'll have to see what kind of strategy they go for against this squad.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that I know we've talked about before in RLCS Fade, and that we kind of get to see a team that's kind of waited for their match go up against a team that's already gotten kind of that warm up in this format. So that I think that gives them an advantage. I mean, obviously, and then you have players that are kind of mains in some of these crew battle matchups, so that might give them, you know, kind of the edge here. But obviously, we'll have to see. But for now, yeah, I do think they have an advantage there.
Yeah, I will agree. We'll have to see how they do in these first matches. Now, I believe Trico is West, which means
I believe
we're
both
gonna be...
Shy and Trico are, yeah.
Yeah, so that also means we're going to be central for a lot of these matches, which is good. As we saw last match, Infernal having to play on East did end up being a little bit rough for him. Unfortunately, it did work out for Dignipaz's favor, but we will have to see how these teams fare playing on Central instead. But do you guys, either of you guys, have a prediction for this match?
Oh man, predictions are fun. I was wrong about my last prediction, so I'm not off to a good start in terms of guessing how things are going to go. But if I had to say, I mean, like going back to what we were just talking about, I do think that having that initial warm-up in the format does give you an advantage. And, you know, obviously you have two players that can play ones really well, but you have RLX who plays ones a lot. Is very good at it. So I do give Lumosity the advantage here personally. So I think this one does go to 5, but I can see Lumosity taking this.
I was gonna say, I'm just going purely off vibes. I also have Lumosity in 5.
Okay, interesting. Well, I'm not going to death curse any team here, so I'll go ahead and say X3 and 5. I think both of these teams have a really good chance. I think it goes to a game 5 either way, which would be the third game 5 that we had on this stream so far, which would be really interesting, but we're just going to have to see how they play. But guys, it is going to be time for this next game. So without further ado, we are going to get started. X3 Tactics versus Lumosity for a spot in Championship Sunday. Daki and Nova are going to go ahead and cast this one for you guys.
All right, Nova. We start off with my favorite game mode in Rocket League. It is peak content 1v1. It starts off with a really, really good close battle here. We've got GC2 versus GC2. And Trico versus Avid. And that might be a little bit of an advantage there for Avid, who came out of their last match playing the ones for them. So a little bit of a warm-up there in ones here. Hope to see, though. Not as difficult as an opponent as Pictus might have been, but Trico is no grub when it comes to the game. So I haven't seen Trico really play much of any ones. We'll have to see, though. Obviously, though, 0 goals scored. Seems like both these guys are trying to maybe feel each other out. No one wants to be too risky. This ball kind of has been floating around, I think, for the past minute or so.
Just kind of back and forth, trying to, like, you know, feel each other out, see what each person has in store. So it's kind of just been floating around the midfield, going towards each corner. Not really any shots. I don't know, they just kind of seem a little like just trying to feel the water, especially X3, given that this is their first game on today.
Yeah, and those first games are always difficult, especially when you're doing crew battles, right? You don't really get that first game to warm up. You kind of have to wait for your twos match to warm up, so it's disadvantageous for just about everyone on the team. There's a nice demo from Trico. All right, get an opportunity here. It's a little bit too slow of a shot, though. Avid will have that one saved away, and now we're a minute and a half and still no scoring. As someone who plays a lot of ones, this is definitely not the norm. Usually these games tend to be a little bit more high scoring than your twos and your threes matches might be, but I'm not sure if it's just the first game kind of trying to see how they're going, or both these teams are so evenly, both these players here are so evenly matched here that we're just not getting really any scoring. There's another opportunity, but that one's an easy save for Trico. It's a difficult position to be in, but plays it really well. Reads exactly where Avid wants to go with that one, and just like that, we're back to the midfield, 0-0. No one really having any sort of pressure here.
I would say I don't play much ones, but even I know usually by now at least like 3 goals get scored, but we're almost halfway through and it's just back and forth, a bit of defending one way, bit of defending the other way, and then most of the game in the midfield as it's up with a ceiling shot maybe here, and it's in.
What a shot here. A little bit of an awkward one here. I'm not sure. Trico might have thought this was going to have more power here. Avid doesn't really get to the right side of the ball there for a power shot, but able to just kind of nudge that one over to the left side. Trico kind of trying to see exactly where that ball's going. Unfortunately, had no momentum to get anywhere close to a save there, and maybe this opens the floodgates as another scoring opportunity presents itself, but Trico misses the ball. This might put him at advantage. He's not going to be able to get back to it, and just like that, Avid, after having just about half the game be 0-0, finds himself up 2, and at this point, with how low the scoring is, you have to feel like that lead feels a little bit larger.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that first goal. Whenever you have like person with a reset, you kind of just are at the mercy of when they want to use a reset, if they want to use the reset. So it's just a tough spot to be in, and now just a shot that they miss going the other way, going down 2-0 in a tight game. It's not what you really want, but we've seen it before. The floodgates can start opening, goals can start flying in. But if you're Trico, you want the goals to go your way, as that should be a goal for him. And the lead is cut in half.
And this is starting to look like my ones ranked matches here. Just wait for the ball to not be scored and just get a free, full field open net. And I mean, it's lovely. All right, that's peak ones gameplay right there. Just wait. Know that he might not have an angle there. It's a tough one. Avid has to full commit to that shot if he wants to have an opportunity there. And unfortunately, that puts him out of the play. And lead cut in half, like you said. And maybe we're starting to see players get a little bit more risky here, as we've seen the plays get a little bit more creative as an air dribble bomb comes through. It's a really nice play from Avid, and that's what you want to see in his ones plays. That's the ones play, if you will. And yeah, Avid, great play there. Knows Trico's not really had in a spot to get any momentum to dodge that bump, and 2-goal lead is just like that. Back for Avid.
Things looking back up for Avid, but again, we saw last time. I don't know if it wasn't a kickoff, but it was just a defense turned into attack, as is a lot of the ones goals are scored. As this one might be another one. It's open. I don't see Avid anywhere, and it looks like it's going to be 2-3 now.
And both of these goals for Trico coming off of these just kind of full commits from Avid, just waiting, taking the slow, easy shot. I guess not necessarily slow, but the easy open net, full field. And I mean, it's kind of, you're playing ones and you're going up against that. You're kind of like, okay, well, they're not really besting me. They're kind of just getting these easy goals. But in ones, it doesn't matter if the goals are easy or not. It's only a 1-goal game here and 2 minutes left. Even though there hasn't been a lot of scoring, a 1-goal lead is basically nothing. Might have an opportunity the other way, though. That might have been too hard for Avid to get to it. He cannot. Trico, no, not a lot of boosts here. That's maybe a missed touch. Avid, full boost, just waiting. Might have an angle here. Waits a little bit too long for that one. Just like that reset here. Pull off from Avid. Might be a mistake there, as that one's going to float over the top of it. A little bit of hesitation there from Avid. Puts him out of position, and Trico evens him up.
It's definitely looking like Trico's defending has kind of stayed consistent. A few goals here and there, but he's really been able to turn defense into attack, and all 3 of his goals have come off of defending and then allowing either an open net or just hitting a shot too hard for Avid to get to. But now our kickoff goal the other way, the classic ones goal.
We're getting a lot of those this game. Feels like the more and more I'm watching this, the more I'm like, is this a replay of my ones ranked matches? It's just kickoff goal and those kind of long shots. They're just good defense, just waiting for the opponent to overcommit and take a shot. And not a whole lot of high-flying mechanics, but really in ones, you don't really see a whole lot of that unless you're kind of in those upper ranks of the ones matches here. So this is kind of what you'd expect here out of a ones match, but well played from both of them. Again, though, that 1-goal lead and with this much time feels kind of like nothing, but not a lot of boost to make a shot there. Avid does get a really nice touch forward, and that's a really big bump there to make sure that one doesn't go the other way. Has to reach for the boost there, and that might put him in an awkward position to make a play on this ball. Misses it off the wall, and fortunately for him, though, that's not going to come back to bite him. But as I was saying, that 1-goal lead is not a lot, but every single second that ticks off the clock here is working in Avid's favor here.
I mean, even though he's down 1, Trico's like at least still playing to like his game, but now Avid just carries that around him into the net. Low boost for Trico, so it's not an easy save by any means, trying to go for the squishy.
And I think as soon as you see your opponent trying to go for those squishy saves, you know they probably don't have a lot of boost. So just drive the ball into it. Even if Trico gets a touch there, probably has more momentum for Avid there to push that one through. Didn't even need the 50. Does get a good one though, or does get a good touch, I should say. But that 2-goal lead, 20 seconds left. It's not impossible. I've seen a lot crazier things happen in one. That's a good start. He's able to score this one, and he does. 18 seconds left, 1-goal game. Momentum might be working itself out. 18 seconds is a lot of time in ones, though.
Now I can get some, like, at this point, is where I start telling myself, don't give up a kickoff goal, don't give up a kickoff goal, and then I immediately give up a kickoff goal to either end. It doesn't matter. It's always just at these, like, kickoffs that something always happens.
Yeah, luckily for Avid, those kickoffs have been going in his favor seemingly the entire match here. Very good at getting the timing of that flip right, and if I'd call that a kickoff goal, it kind of is a kickoff goal. It comes off of the back of a really good kickoff win for Avid. And 8 seconds left. You know, I've seen crazy things happen in one, but I do have to believe this one's going in Avid's favor.
I have to agree. I mean, you could always, like, I don't know, pinch it off of him and then bounce it off the wall and into the net in like 2 seconds, but those don't really happen all too often, so I think this one should be Lumimosity's favor, and they'll go up into the 2v2 up 1-0.
That's to feel good too, because you have Airlax still waiting for that second 1v1. Airlax, who is a very good ones player, ready to take on whoever X3 is going to send to him. And your Lumosity, you have to feel good going into this 2v2 here. That's a huge advantage for you. Well played from both of them. Trico definitely playing that well, playing that a little bit more defensive, which worked out in his favor for a majority of it, but Avid just too strong. It's that 2-goal lead there with not enough time, and Lumosity up 1 in the series so far, so had a good position for a match here on our hands here.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, even though, like, he lost the match, like, Trico played to his strengths, and above all else, that's what you got to do in the 1v1, and just hope that things go in your favor, you know? So, while it wasn't a win, at least it still feels like this is going to be a close series, and hopefully it'll go to 5, because I know that's what everybody wants.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I mean, right now you have a really interesting 2v2 coming up next. You got Shy and Frosty going up against Airlex and Levi. And that'll be really interesting. Airlex, kind of a 2's main, if I had to say, more than anything. That might give them an advantage there, but you have Shy and Frosty, who are seemingly also 2's mains. You also have the rank that you have to think about, right? GC3 and a C1 versus 2 GC1s. You know, so you might think that on paper is an advantage there for X3, but Airlex is able to control the pace of the next game. That might put them in a really good spot here. Obviously, with that 1-game win on their backs, that might give them momentum as well, but can't really speculate too much.
We shall see. We shall see.
So I believe we are currently... These are all live matches here for the most part here on the Midseason tournament, so there will always be a little bit more lulls here as we wait for teams to get lobbies set. Obviously, you can't have guys spectating and sharing boost stats with each other, so they have to make new lobbies every time, and that's add a little bit more time than our normal 3v3 that we're used to during the regular season, but we will be soon ready to go here. As the players, for sure, we don't need to do any guessing of who's going to play, since we did have our 1v1 happen already, so we know who's going to be in this match. Will help, I think, a little bit, but I don't know. You got the rank thing. I think the rank thing is going to be really interesting to me. Again, you have a GC3 who's, in my mind, going to be an advantage there against the GC1s, but you have 2 GC1s going up against the GC3 and a C1. I think the rank here might be a little bit interesting.
It all probably kind of depends on how the C1 plays. I believe it is Levi?
Yeah.
Levi, yeah. So, I mean, like, I'm a C1, and I just tell myself, all right, just don't ball chase, but don't let them have space either. So just kind of balance between that and don't interrupt your teammate. So we'll see how it goes, as it's already going to lead to a goal for Airlax. So things looking good for Lumimosity already.
Yeah, that's a really good awareness from Airlax. Knowing that the ball's a little bit awkward, gets a really nice pop. Oh, in there. I have a full commit there from X3 to kind of try to get that one out of the corner, but it just goes nowhere. Levi, like you were saying, doing a really good job of kind of setting up, making sure that Airlax has that shot. And for Lumimosity, that's exactly what you want to see here. So you want those early goals. You want to be able to set the tone, especially Airlax here. Probably, I had to guess, wanting to set that kind of pace here, as We play a little bit faster. It's a big miss, but RLX, I think, saw that one happen a little bit quicker than Shy did. It's a really nice touch forward, and a little bit of another misflip here. Unfortunately, that one might go in. It doesn't. Unfortunately, that one goes off of the post there, but RLX with full boost will collect it. Carry this one down. Gets a really nice carry into a 50, which will just give Levi a free ball. And currently, I'm starting to see RLX definitely doing a really good job of maintaining the pressure here, maintaining that pace, not letting the ball get too far away from them, as you really don't want to start seeing some of these team plays come out when you're up against two GC1s.
It definitely feels like Levi's just free to do whatever, as he goes a great pass out to Arrow. It's already 2-0. It just feels like he's allowing him to just keep pressure up there and just ready for anything that comes his way.
Yeah, I have to wonder if the kind of the game plan is to just hit the ball in a shooting opportunity for RLX, and that's working so well for them. Levi's just been challenging everything, kind of being a nuisance here for this X3 team. They're not really able to get the ball past them. There's another really nice backboard touch and a really good bump. Give Levi ball and boost. Let's see if we're able to see a gameplay happen here. It's a nice flick over one. That's going to be super awkward. RLX elects not to go for it. Might be a smart play here, as neither of them have any boost, but able to steal that corner boost. It's going to help maintain this pressure. And I was about to say this might be a goal for them, but that demo comes through and absolutely puts an end to that offensive stretch that they were having there.
Yeah, things got really awkward there. It's now a great pass from Frosty over to Shy, and they cut the lead in half. Could start seeing more of these team plays happen, because if these team plays start happening, I feel like actually could start running away with it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. It's kind of what you don't want to allow is those passing plays. So when you have two players that are similar ranks, they kind of have to worry about the dual threat, right? And you got the GC3 in the lobby, you kind of think, okay, you got to shut RLX down, make your life a little bit easier, but when you're up against the two players of a similar, you can't really shut either of them down. You have to make sure that they're not able to outlet to each other. They've done a pretty good job of that for the majority of this, but obviously seeing that first passing goal go in, a great sign for Lumasi, but it's a great sign for X3. You might see an opportunity there, but just no boost for Frosty. He doesn't able to get a touch at all, and that'll give RLX a free ball. No boost to do anything in terms of a solo play, but does get that corner boost, will make things really awkward. It's a really nice 50 from Frosty. We'll pop that one up, making sure that no immediate shot can come through. X3 seeming to clamp down, I think, a little bit more, as we've seen a lot of these shooting opportunities get shut down, but of course, as I say that, one almost slips itself in, and X3 seemingly to ramp up the pressure here.
I was gonna say earlier, like it's already one thing. You already kind of get a little nervous when you're like a C1 and you're going up against like one person who's higher than you, as RLX just 50s that into the net. Just straight disrespect into the net. Man.
He's so good at that. He does that consistently. I can say as someone who plays 1v1 against RLX a lot, he's very good at timing those 50s to make sure that the ball just gets bodied through into the net. You don't want to give him that ability, because he will score on it, as we see he does so there. It's that nice little cushion goal back. So are back up to 2 again in the lead, and in 2v2 a little bit less than ones, although I say anything is possible, as this one might go in.
It's open.
Awkward jump there from RLX leads to an open net for Shy. And I was just about to say, that 2-goal lead is a little bit daunting in twos, but I immediately shut up by Shy for that one.
I was also gonna say, like 50-50s, like that's like an underrated like thing to learn. Is just how to 50, when to 50, and all that, because it can lead to not only goals but just good pressure, good defending, all that fun stuff. But right now, 50s don't matter if you're actually tactics and you're just going back and forth off of each other and taking advantage of awkward situations.
Yeah, and it seems like X3's maybe trying to force some stuff here. Someone got a little bit away from them. Alex will have a shot here.
No.
Does beat one, and it's an open net after the nice 50 here. This is a nice little pop up there from Levi. Forces Shy to smack that one away, and RLX is beating a lot of people to that ball. Doesn't matter who you are, and that's they get that cushion right back. So with 1:33 left, they had that 2-goal lead. That's got to feel good for them.
Nice to have 2-goal cushions, though. In the back of your head, you're kind of worried. They're just one kickoff away from getting back into it, and next thing you know, it's a tie game. So wouldn't be shocked to see them continue to keep the pressure on and try to go for even more here.
Oh, that's nice. Not sure if Shy got the reset there. I don't think he did, but that's a really nice drive into a low 50. Levi jumps a little bit too early, is not able to position the car correctly. Nova, you were talking about 50s, and that's a really good example of a great 50 there to take that one. And you got a minute 18. It's only a 1-goal game now. It feels a lot more doable here for X3. You got to shut down some of these plays here from Lumosity if you want to have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those just daunting like situations to be in. It's just a person with possibly a reset is now an open net. Almost missed it, but put it back post instead. Probably just showing off the precision shooting instead. It'll be a tie game now. And like I said, that's all it takes. Just 2 quick goals. And next thing you know, it's a tie game.
That's kind of crazy. The 2v2 seemingly more of a high-scoring matchup than we had in the 1v1. That's not something you normally see here. This is a very high-scoring 2s game already. A minute left, and it's 4-4. You know, like we were saying, that 2-goal cushion makes things a little bit easier, but you definitely don't want to get comfortable. Allow the team to get momentum and get the ball back and get the tie. Exactly what X3's done. It's a great pinch from Levi. That might be an opportunity here. Shy will cut that off, but this is still a dangerous ball as that's a huge miss. Airlex might have been open net, but he misses. That's another mistouch. We might have another shooting opportunity the other way, but Airlex gets a really nice demo. This is still dangerous though for Lumosity. That's another mistouch. Luckily for them, no one from X3 there to take advantage of it. And somehow both of these teams escape with no goal scored.
It seems like every time one person gets one mistouch and the other person gets a good opportunity, that person has a mistouch, and it just kept going back and forth, mistouch, whiff, mistouch, and it's like, can somebody just hit the ball?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I definitely know that that's a thing that happens in lobbies. It seems like after the first person misses, everyone just starts just kind of getting a little bit wonky. I think maybe the first miss throws everyone off, but I think this one's probably gonna hit the ground. Yeah, it definitely will. We have overtime. The first one that I've seen personally in game number 2. This is a huge win. This feels like a must-win. If you're X3 here, you have to win this one. You don't want to go on match point with the looming Aerolex in the 1v1. So if you're X3, you definitely want to come away with this one. They've done a really good job to equalize. They just have to score here.
I was gonna say, go back on that like awkward touches. Like that's what happened. Like I think last series in game 4 for me was the other team had every other opportunity, but just awkward touch after awkward touches. Now Aerolex 50s and goes up, gives Lumosity the 2-0 series lead. Every time I try to say anything, I get instantly just shut up by a goal.
Well, I mean, it kind of leads into what you're talking about with awkward touches. That's an unfortunate awkward heavy touch there from Shy. Yeah, Airlex saw that immediately and jumped on that super quick. Didn't need a power shot. Didn't need an angled shot. Just needed a shot on net, and that's exactly what he got. No one behind Shy to clean that one up, and Lumosity has that 2-goal lead in the series, or two game lead. I can speak sometimes. That will give Airlex the 1v1. Seemingly, I mean, they could choose they could choose not Airlex, but my guess is it's probably going to be Airlex in that 1v1. And if you're X3 here, that has to be a little bit scary. Airlex, a very good ones player, has the ability to turn this into a sweep.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, last series we were down 2-0 and came back 3-2. So you never know. Even if someone's better than you, you might get a few lucky goals, a few kickoff goals, good 50s, and next thing you know, it's right back to the 2v2. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. Anyone can win. I definitely. That's why these games are fun to see play out. You know, anything can happen. You know, as good of a friend Airlex is to me, you know, an upset would be kind of fun to see for sure. Assuming that matchup did happen. Again, they could choose Levi for the 1v1, but if I had to guess, they'll probably pick Airlex. But again, though, that matchup will be crucial here for X3. For Airlex, so you got to feel good. You came out of that. Getting that win in the 2v2 after having Avid win that first match. So, reverse sweeps are where we're at now. We definitely need to see one if you're X3, or at least if you're rooting for them. It all start with the next little 1v1. It's kind of interesting though. You know, you don't get the 3v3 matches unless you go to a game 5. So we have some of these games to go to game 3 or into game 3 or into game 4. It's only crew battles. There's no 3v3, which, you know, if you're a 3s main, that might make you a little bit upset. But if you like these 2s, if you like these ones, this is exactly the gameplay you want to see. So a little bit of win, a little bit of loss for viewers, fans of all game types here.
I mean, it certainly. I mean, it helps make it a lot more interesting and allows for more upsets to happen. So I think it's a good format, even if it, you know, annoys the 3v3 mains. which I am not. I am a 2v2 main, much like every other Rocket League player.
That's always the joke, like at least for me, is like I'm like a big ones fan. My second favorite game mode is threes though. So in these crew battles, I always find myself a little bit at a disadvantage, but I feel like it's the opposite for, like you were saying, for the majority of Rocket League players and probably a majority of people in the league, where twos tend to be a lot of these people's bread and butter, and you kind of get to show that off a little bit here. So we're not used to seeing a lot of that in league play, but hear all those players that say, "Oh, I like twos the most," or "twos is the best game mode," kind of get to show their prowess here. Of course, we won't have another twos match this series if this one ends here in the 1v1, so X3 will need to win this 1v1 if we do want to see another 2v2 here. So we go to my favorite game mode, back again, the best game mode in all of Rocket League 1v1s. All right, anyone who says otherwise is coping. It is fun. I am a big ones fan, as I've stated before. I know a lot of people aren't. I know a lot of people hate ones, whether it's playing it or watching it, but we do have a ones match, and it is going to be RLX going up against Frosty here. RLX, I have to think, has an advantage here on paper, but anyone can win these. As RLX immediately gets a nice little slow flick to the left. I think Frosty a little bit too jumpy there, a little bit early. Thinks that one might be a little bit more powerful, jumps a little early. RLX notices that, rolls that off to the left, and 9 seconds in, RLX has the first goal.
Starting to look like me playing ones. I get way too jumpy. I have to tell myself, calm down, calm down. Don't need to jump at everything. You're the only guy on the field. If you miss the ball, it's probably your goal.
And that is kind of how, that is the nature of ones. I think that's why I like it so much, is there's no responsibility other than you to not mess up. And that can be a little bit daunting, I think, for a lot of people, especially when you're going up against someone who's as good as RLX, who takes advantage of every single mistouch. This is not necessarily a mistouch, but just an unfortunate pop-out that RLX catches and just immediately scores that one. RLX, someone that I've played ones against a lot. We did have the show match. This is someone that I know to be a very, very solid, strong ones player. Very good at kind of just taking advantage of every single time you hit the ball anywhere that you don't want to. As that one bounces, unfortunately, for Frosty, and RLX will immediately punish. See, another shot comes through, and I was talking about on paper, RLX has the advantage here, but it seems like in the match here as well, RLX having that advantage show itself through.
I say good 1v1 players always find a way to, make the ball and make you do what they want you to. It always just seems like you think you did the right thing, and next thing you know, they read it perfectly and it's a goal in your net. So it's definitely a daunting task for Frosty, as RLX scores another one here before a minute has even passed on the clock.
Yeah, we're 42 seconds in, and RLX just bowling here at this point. Notices that a little bit too close to be defending, a little bit too far away to challenge the flick. Gets a nice pop-up. It's just so hard to get up to that quickly. You basically have to pre-jump those kind of flicks, and of course if you pre-jump it and they fake it, right, then you're just going under the ball, and that's not good for you, but that is good for Frosty. It's a nice read here. I think RLX maybe a little bit too slow to rotate onto that. Maybe going for the boost there. Definitely wanted that corner boost. Was hoping that Frosty wouldn't shoot that on net, but Frosty sees that, takes advantage of it, and we're talking about 4 goals in 42 seconds. Not great for Frosty, but getting that first goal might open the floodgates for him. A lot of time to come back in this. Nothing is ever over in ones, even if you're down by 5.
Ooh. Just an instant response after that, though, saying, not a bad game, not a daunting task, and then goal RLX again. Like, it's just so draining when it happens, too.
Yeah.
Like, you feel like you're getting somewhere, and then what I gotta do is just stay locked in and just, continue to try your best and just keep playing to your game. So anything's possible, but RLX is almost, it's like RLX heard I think they'll take it in 5 and said, no, we're gonna take it in 3. They took that to heart, it feels.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest things about ones is kind of a big task, is you play against different kinds of people. That's like
Easy.
Pull off a breezy there just for the fun of it. Go up 5. One of the difficult things about ones is that you have to adapt to everyone has a different playstyle, and you have to kind of adapt to that. And if they start out, fully just running away with it, it's really hard not to get a little bit distressed, a little bit upset and frustrated. You have to kind of lock in and make those adaptations and try to get the game back in your favor, but it's so difficult to do when you're up against a player like RLX, who basically takes advantage of every single mistake that you make. And it feels like you can't stop making mistouches because every single time you do, Aerlex is just scoring. Frosty has been playing this well, but Aerlex just kind of player that even if you make the slightest mistake is going to score it on your net, and done that 6 times so far. 3 minutes left. That has to be a little bit frustrating for just about anyone going against that.
It doesn't even feel like Frosty's like really making those poor, I can't even speak, those poor of touches, but he'll get a goal here to at least bring it back within 4. And again, anything can happen. Some goals like that, some kickoff goals. But as I was saying, you know, when you're not even making bad touches, it's just Aerlex knows where to be for every touch on the field, it feels, and I don't know if anybody can really stop that right now.
No, I definitely know how that can go sometimes, especially against someone like Aerlex. That's a nice flick into the demo. That should be a goal, but he misreads that touch a little bit. Frosty might have opportunity for a save here, does get it. Unfortunately, he's going to have that corner boost stolen away, and yeah, when you're going up against, you definitely don't want to be giving him the boost advantage against a player that can score in the air like that, as Aerlex will get a nice double off the crossbar. And now that earlier goal did save Frosty from the Brazil, as it is 2-7. Definitely not over the 2 minutes 41 seconds is a lot of time in ones. You know, even like I was saying, if you're down 5, that's, you know, it's daunting, but you make those adaptations, you can start coming back as quick as possible. Aerlex looking for the fake kickoff. It was a mistake there as Frosty gets a nice flick over the top. You know, as a ones player, I hate those fakes. Unless you're like an SSL player, they're really risky. Frosty, noticing that immediately, gets a really nice flick over Aerlex. And like I was saying, you make those adaptations, you start to get the momentum back in your favor. That's a really good start for Frosty.
I was gonna say, you just kind of gotta like take whatever you can get and just start really playing like to your game again. But again, Aerlex just almost making every single touch made from Frosty do what he wants almost. Now he's in an awkward spot. Good 50 over to the corner though from Frosty. But it's just right back in Aerlex's hands, and it just feels like everything goes Aerlex's way almost.
Yeah, unfortunately, there might have been an opportunity there. Aerlex maybe kind of coming off the backboard there, a little bit awkward, a little bit low on boost, but Frosty not in a position to take full advantage of it. And this is such a dangerous position to be in, as Aerlex notices that immediately. That's always the worst. You're trying to read the ball, but it's directly above you, and it's doing spins. And you got to figure out where Aerlex is in the middle of that, so you try to just get to net, and Aerlex takes an immediate shot, doesn't even need to place it, knows that it's an awkward position to be in, and back up by 5, but 2 minutes, though, is a lot of time.
Yeah, anything can happen in ones. I've had like 5 goal leads go away. I've been down 5 goals in like a 2v2 match, not 1v1, but anything's possible. No leads too large, no leads too safe, so we'll see if Frosty can maybe just find some quick ones here and start making things a little more interesting.
And we'll have to see. Have to start now, though, is that every second that goes off, but that is an unfortunate mistouch. Able to get back to it, but not able to save it. Aerlex will put a 9th goal in. Yeah, it's just an unfortunate mistouch there. I think tried to maybe catch that one, hit it forward, but just hits it, unfortunately, out to the mid. And Aerlex with full tank of boost is going to have that one away just about every time here. And yeah, you got a minute and 40. You know, we keep talking about how ones, you know, anything can happen, but Aerlex seemingly wanting nothing other to happen other than a Luminosity win here. As Aerlex not letting off the gas here. He might have an opportunity for another goal. Gets a bump. That's just rude. Pushes it out of the net. And we have official Aerlex bullying. Frosty calls for the FF, and that will be the win. I can't even
blame Frosty after that. Well, that was just mean. The bump to end it.
Aerlex has been known to do some bullying sometimes in these games, and a player that likes bumps, a player that's played with Rex and Liska knows how to get those bumps going, and yeah, that can be so tilting. Hopefully not too tilting for Frosty. Well played. It's such a difficult matchup there to play in that 1v1. And I think all things considered, Frosty did a very good job, you know, of not letting Aerlex run away too far away from it, but Aerlex, the ones player, has that one for Luminosity, and they will take the series in a 3-game sweep.
Yeah, it just felt like Luminosity all warmed up, all good to go, and just, you know, 2 good ones players, like, not much you can really do after that, man. They just had their way with them almost the whole series.
Yeah, it almost felt like that first ones match kind of set the tone, I think, for the series, having that advantage, having Aerlex go into the 2s match, and then having Aerlex for that third 1v1. It's just so difficult to go up against. And we talked about this kind of a little bit. Having the GC3, GC2 combo puts you in kind of an advantageous position going into the midseason, right? You had a GC2 on the 1v1 for both teams, but that was the middle ranked player for Luminosity going against the highest ranked player for X3. And in 3v3, that isn't as big of a deal, but in these crew matches, you have the GC2 in the first one, but then you have another GC3 to play that second one. So it's an advantage there for Luminosity. They take full advantage of it, but I think well played from both teams. I think they both did the best they could. It's a very exciting series, I think, all things considered.
Yeah, even though it was in 3, it felt the series was still somewhat close, other than like the last 1v1, but that's just Aerolex being Aerolex in the 1v1. The other two games, a lot closer, especially the one that went to OT, so I don't think there's much to be upset about if you are X3 Tactics. You go to the lowers and you can bounce back from that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's double elimination, which means we have a lot of matches to play today. So we will make sure to head to a break here. But after that, I'm not sure who the next matchup is here. But we do have another match, nonetheless. That's for sure. BDS and P1, as I'm seeing, is going to be the next matchup. So stay tuned for that. We'll catch you after this break.
Go on, myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, they
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back to the RFDL Midseason Tournament. I'm Ecliptic Phase, and I'm joined by Protogen Rebellion's own Static. How are we doing today, Static?
What's up? I'm doing good. Happy to be here.
Yeah, happy to have you. Very excited for everything going on today. Unfortunate that you ended up in the lower bracket early on, but you guys can bounce back there, I'm sure. And along with that, I believe you actually have your match for that one now. I believe you guys will be playing X3 Tactics, which is going to be quite a match to see. Yeah, that is correct. X3 Tactics will be playing you guys as we start getting this bracket more and more filled out. And they just got swept by Lumosity, so I definitely think that you guys have a chance. I think that it's going to be a good game either way. I hope you guys are excited for that. But and for now, we have the rest of this upper bracket. What was that, Static?
I'm not gonna lie, like it's been speeding up and slowing down the connection for me, so I didn't catch everything that you said, but
All right. Well, I believe, as I was saying, you guys play X3 Tactics in your lower round, so going to be an interesting match. But we do have our first match to talk about before that. We got to finish this upper bracket, and we've only got a couple more games. Meanwhile, Black Bunny and Twisted Tails are in Game 3 of their match, and they are so far tied in series, and Black Bunny is winning by 8 in this 1v1 between Hammer and Golden. But we've got our own match to worry about. We're going to have Big Dragon Squad playing against Persian 1 in this match, and that's going to be a very interesting one as well. Static, you are friends with Reverb, who's on Big Dragon Squad, so you know how they play. What's your expectations going into this match?
I think we'll see some freestyling coming out from Reverb in the 1v1. I think he will try to ham it up and get as many clips as possible, which I think could also very much be his downfall. I think in the 2v2, it'll be very interesting to see how the other one of those two plays with Rue. And then from the Persian 1 side, I have not seen Fire J Boss play, so I'm interested to see how they play with him. I really think that Hayes will be very strong in the 2v2, so I'm looking forward to that. And I think we're going to have a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about these teams going into it. Let's start with Big Dragon Squad, who's actually going to have a bit of a sub coming in today. Somebody that we've never seen play before here on the RFDL stage. It's going to be Zixi subbing in for Meezer. I think I'm saying that right. I really don't know how to say that name. But you know Reverb, you know Rue the Fuzzy. So you expect the same sort of greatness from them, but they're going to be bringing in this new player. And we don't know anything about them. We don't know their play style. We don't know anything that they're going to be bringing to the table. So we're going to have to see how they do there.
This should be fun. See if they throw him out into the 1v1.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think the 1v1 probably makes sense. I'm not sure if they are replacing Meezer, I believe they are a GC 2. So they're going to have some skill in ones, I assume. But I will say, we just saw X3 lose against a Lumosity team that had the momentum from their previous match. So I do gotta say, I think our opponents here in Persian 1 might be coming in with some momentum, as they did very good against Awata Gaming here. We have Hayes, Drake, and Fire J Boss, and I saw that Drake won a 1v1 earlier, and they sent out Fire J Boss for their second 1v1, which we'll have to see if they decide to do the same sort of strategy going up against this team here, who's going to have a little bit more high-level players on their side.
Yeah, I think throwing out the two lower ranked players or actually, sorry, I think that's the benefit to having a balanced team, is that you can just throw out anyone into that 1v1 and they'll stand a really good chance of winning.
Yeah, I agree there. And just making sure, it looks like we're going to be on East for, I think, this entire game. I believe Reverb is the only West player on BDS. So, mainly going to be, I guess we'll be doing some Centrals as well. But before we get started, Static, I want to ask you what you think is going to be the outcome of this. Who do you see winning here?
Ooh, well, we have someone who I've never seen play on BDS. I only know Reverb in the 1v1 department. I haven't seen FireJ play, so this is going to be a complete guess. But I am going to go on the side of BDS, I think, just because I think Reverb is even stronger in the 2s department, and he has some 1s experience as well. I think it would be tough to side against them, even with a sub on their team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have to side for BDS as well. I don't know if Reverb's going to be playing in the backfire or not. I know that's going to be a good match either way, but BDS has always shown that level of aggression that just can't be beat. They are top 3 for a reason. We're going to have to see if Persian 1 can show us an upset here. With BDS bringing in a sub. And we're going to get started here momentarily. So let's get going, guys. It's time for the next match of the day. It's going to be BDS versus Persian 1. Once again, playing for day 2. Loser going to have a road ahead of them as they have to go into the lower bracket and make a run from there. But we're going to start off here, Static. And it looks like we're going to have Zixi versus Hayes to start it.
Oh, this should be good.
Let's see. Immediately.
The rank disadvantage here. Or, no, the rank advantage, actually. VC2.
I believe so. I don't think I've seen Hayes play any sort of 1v1s in, like, anything. I don't know if they're a ones player, so to speak. Not entirely sure about Zixi either. As I said, we've never seen them play outside of RFDL either. This is a new name to me, as it is the rest of the community. But they must have some confidence going in here in the 1v1 to start. A little bit of pressure for Big Dragon Squad, but nothing coming from it to start us off, Static.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure coming out from Zixi. I'd say they look pretty comfortable in the 1s department. Already missing open nets like a true 1s main.
Hayes, good dunk, but not going to be able to get possession of that ball. It looks like Zixi is very good at turning on that ball in very awkward times. Now getting a little bit of boost, not going up for it. That's going to be a goal on net though, and that's definitely showing a little bit of one's prowess here. A lot of people would usually just go up for the aerial there, lands on the ground instead, and takes the shot over Hayes for the first goal.
It's just non-stop pressure. That's what you want to do in 1s. You just want to, like, get under their skin, rattle them, just go, 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 and that's what Zixi's been showing so far.
Hayes off the kickoff. Going to have this ball. Looks like a chance for a shot. Zixi gets it off their own crossbar and out. That's going to be an excellent save. We all know 1-goal leads in 1s are nothing to really be comfortable with. Hayes going to have to rush back to make sure that there's no touch on that ball. We remain only at a 1-goal deficit, but now with boost, will they be able to make it 2? They will with a nice touch off the crossbar and down. BDS up by 2.
Really looking like a 1s main out here. It's just, you see Hayes gives up the pressure there just to get the boost, and it's immediately capitalized on by Zixi.
It's quite a good touch there, but a kickoff goal might be in the wings for Hayes here. Getting the dribble. I left the party. You know what that means. Connection error. Call limit reached. And that's going to pop up. I'll get rid of that. Tired of that happening.
Great flick there from Hayes to get back in
That
this
is
one.
great. That is absolutely great. Love to see it. Love to see some close games coming out to start for this upper round 2 game. Ignore the thing saying upper round 1 because we are in round 2. Change that right. And once again, these guys, winner, which is starting to look like BDS, as Zixi gets another great goal. That's just going to be a big pop, and Hayes goes a little bit too far forward for the boost there.
Yeah, that's a common mistake in ones. You take that boost and you will be scored on immediately.
As I was saying, these guys playing to make sure that they don't have to play once again in the day. Whichever team wins here will be directly moved to day number 2, where the best of 7s will begin. Meanwhile, loser going to be going to the lower bracket, and once again another goal for BDS.
Just an unfortunate mechanical mishap there from Hayes, and once again, Zixi just capitalized.
And yes, Reverb, you are right in the chat. We do have static casting your match, which was not planned, by the way. Definitely was not something that I had even thought about while trying to make these casting arrangements, but sometimes that's just how it works out. It was meant to be. Now, Hayes is trying to make a comeback here. Gonna get a second goal. Well played. With 2:22 remaining, down by 2.
Yeah, really nice cut there, and he caught Zixi a little bit awkward there, and Hayes is able to make this a closer game.
And now, I know you know ones way more than me here, so I'm looking at your expertise for a lot of these shots, because they do things that I wouldn't really think about when going into the 2s and the 3s that I usually play. But how are these guys looking so far, would you say?
I'd say Zixi looks the more comfortable of the two, making a lot more awkward touches, having a lot more pressure. Hayes is defaulting a little bit more towards the big boost, and that's giving up some pressure and making things awkward. I think where Hayes looks the most comfortable is off those kickoffs, where he's able to make like a simple move that gives him like a flick opportunity, and he's really good with his cuts as well. I just think Zixi looks so far a little bit more comfortable in the ones department, with the little things so far. That's a good demo there from Hayes. It's gonna get him right back in this.
And that is one thing that makes ones an exciting game mode, is even though they're down by 2, still plenty of time left to get this back. And now it's down by 1. With 1:37 left, still plenty of time for Hayes to bring this one back. And for Big Dragon Squad, might get a little bit nervous trying to get in here, especially for Zixi. Different situation going on. Not just the first match they've ever played in, but the first time they've ever been on the stream, showing off their skills for the rest of the world to see. And they take that kickoff really well, just getting in front of that ball, getting a good 50 from Hayes, and that's going to bring that goal lead up to 2 again. We're going to have to see what Hayes can do here off of the kickoff.
Oh, that's a good looking kickoff right there. Good patience. Should have boost control as well here.
Now, will they be able to capitalize? It looks like it. Good shot from Hayes off of that kickoff.
Hayes is looking a lot more comfortable as this game goes on, and putting a lot more pressure on Zixi, and it's going to be really interesting to see if he can continue to kind of rattle him with the pressure a little bit here.
Only 1 goal remaining. We're going to have to see
Oh, that's brutal.
who's going to do it. That's another goal. I looked up for half a second and I missed it. That's a really good kickoff. And it just pops up in the perfect spot for the shot to come in. Meanwhile, to give everybody... Yeah, that's a really good pop. To give everybody a quick update of what's going on in our other upper bracket match that is going on right now. Twisted Tails and Black Bunny in game number 4. Twisted Tails up by 2 in game 4, but down by a game, so they're trying to force a game 5. And it's looking like that might be possible, but 2:45 on the clock for that game remaining. Meanwhile, back here, less than a minute left, and Hayes is going to have to push here. Does get the ball underneath, and that's going to be a 5th goal. Hayes not out of this just yet.
Not entirely sure if this was intentional, but it's really good of Hayes to stay on this ball, though, rather than defaulting to kind of going back for boost here. And you can see what kind of pressure that can lead to. Huge
Well,
kickoff there.
these kickoffs being so important right now. A lot of the goals being found off of these kickoffs. As you would expect from a ones match. Oh, that's not the best touch by Hayes, and that's going to be another 2-goal lead.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him roll that one up rather than blasting it off the wall there. Sure, he did not mean to do that.
Still plenty of time to come back here. But as every second drains off the clock, it's going to become more and more hard to get that. They're going to need a shot right now, just a little bit in front of that ball. And looks like Zixie's trying to move towards that net. It's going to be off to the side, and Hayes does grab the boost. It's faked on that.
Go now.
And that pop-up is going to be way high. I think that's going to be it for this game number 1. It's looking like BDS going to be taking this one with a very close game. But you got to give props to Hayes. They played that one really well. BDS.
I think if you gave Hayes just another minute there, I think he would have made this a lot more of an interesting game, which he already kind of did. It was a really good matchup all around.
I have to agree. I think that was a really good match to start us off there. Very close game, which is kind of the opposite of what we've been getting so far today, Static. We've been getting a lot of blowouts, like 10-1s and 11-2s. We just can remember the last game where I believe Airlax won in game 3 and it was like 10-1. So I'm happy to see some closer games, but we are going to be getting into this 2v2 soon. And that's going to involve the rest of the players. Let's get this ready as we show the replays from that first game. Some really good ones plays from these guys to start us off.
Yeah, Zixie set the tone right away with all the pressure on Hayes. It took him a little bit of time to get adjusted. He did have the kickoffs going for him, but fortunately for Zixie, they figured out the kickoffs later on in the game, which helped keep them afloat.
And got to give props to BDS there. That was a good win. Now we're getting into must-win territory for Persian 1, but they're going to be playing against Reverb. And I will say, bit of a spoiler, but I see the car Reverb's playing.
Oh boy.
Chalk it up. Chalk it up. It's the backfire. We know what happens
here we go.
when Reverb's on the backfire. So we're going to have to see how they play before we can make too many decisions. Now, I will say, Static, I've never seen Reverb play 2v2. Are they as dominant in 2v2 as they have been in 3s?
Yeah, pretty much. It's basically the same player. Reverb plays 3s like he plays 2s. He has no regard for his teammates whatsoever. It's just the Reverb show. And I think you'll be seeing a lot more of the Reverb show. So, especially with their low-ranked player, you're going to be looking at Reverb making a lot of solo plays where he's comfortable. And the question is, will he be overcommitting too much there and leaving his teammates on defense?
Well, we shall see as we get into game 2 immediately and get this one going. BDS gonna try and look for the sweep here. Version 1 gonna want to tie up this series as quick as possible. FireJ and Drake gonna be their first chance to do so. Bump on the side from Pixel there. Who's Fuzzy been doing such a good job in the 3s matches during replay. How will they do in the 2s? That's my question. Fire. Big pop. Not going to be able to find anybody, but not the best touch from Rue. Allows for a net. Reverb is going to be in the right spot, though, to save that one away. Oh, fire. Getting bumped off that ball. Seeing a lot of aggression come out from Big Dragon Squad to start here, but we're not seeing anything really come out for it, Static.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything materialize or any really close upwards. Okay, well, speaking of close opportunities, oh my goodness. Yeah, version 1 has definitely had the higher amount of pressure so far this game, and that's going to pay off.
And that's just a really nice touch from Drake. It puts it in a very awkward spot for Rue the Fuzzy to get to. Can't get the touch off the bounce, and that is going to go in. First goal for Persian 1. I will say real quick, Black Bunny Gaming going to a game 5 against their opponents in Twisted Tales. Are we going to see an upset there? We'll let you know. But what an incredible pinch. Holy.
We're taking a low. Good defense there from Drake.
Now, what are you looking for Persian 1 to be able to keep this lead here?
I would like them to not be leaving Kanto here on the back line as much, having to make some awkward reads. It would be much better off, I think, if Reaver played it a little bit more safe, I think, on the offensive end, just to make sure that you're not leaving the ball with space to for BDS.
And we'll have to see if they're listening. They did that time, Reverb in the back line, but it's going to be a bit of an open net. Rue having to get up for that ball real quick. Going for the demo, trying to allow Reverb a spot, but maybe the comm's a little bit off as Fire J Boss has an open net.
Well, it was a great demo on paper. I thought if you could just get Fire J, that would have been perfect, but high risk, high reward, and yeah, like you said, maybe the comms weren't there.
Version 1, if you're a fan of them, you love to see it go up by 2 here. Of course, many more games to be had. You have to expect that Reverb is going to be in that second 1v1 for the day. And if they're scoring goals like that, then that's going to be very scary to see. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the control is immaculate. You see them both on the back line, nobody going right away on the challenge, and that allows Reverb to have a space for a flip reset right there.
And when you give that sort of space to your opponents, especially as mechanically gifted as Reverb, you can almost guarantee that's going to go in the net. We saw that earlier a little bit with Dignipause. Don't want to talk about that too much with Static here in the lobby. But that was definitely a match to be watched as well. Now Persian 1 getting a chance at another one. Fire J Boss barely gets the touch to that one. That's not something I expected to go in.
Wow, that's a great dunk from Drake there. And then pushing Kanto completely off the goal. It was really well done from Drake there.
Now, a good kickoff for Persian 1, but it's going to just go straight back to Reverb. He's going to try and take control of this. Drake trying to push the ball off. The Reverb doesn't have any boost, but he might not need it.
Oh.
Good shot try by Rue the Fuzzy. And now a big demo. Will we be able to see Persian 1 push again? That was a good chance. Not going to be able to find anything, though. And one thing I'm seeing is a bit of a lack of offense here, and I caster curse it as Rue the Fuzzy going to immediately put on a goal. I can't even say anything. These guys just won't let me talk. Caster curse it up.
Brilliant demo there from Reverb to open things up. I think other than that, though, we've seen some really solid defense from Jake and Fire J to not let Reverb's on-the-ball dominance really make things awkward for them too much.
Now another opportunity for BDS. Not going to be able to be found this time, though. And you have to think this is Persian 1's best chance at trying to go towards a game 5. As if they lose this one, playing against Reverb in the next 1v1 seems like playing against RLCS, and that's
yeah,
we saw what happened that game. It wasn't a pretty one. So
I will say, Drake and Reverb should be absolute cinema of a 1v1 though.
That is true. Now we do have to see.
Well, 2v1. Oh, the first touch messed up.
Good shot opportunity, but Not going to be able to find it. Drake now getting a clear out. Might be able to get around this one, but unable to before it gets to the wall. Pass out to Fire J. That's a bit risky to go up for that one. And Reverb gonna score that with 20 seconds left. Big Dragon Squad tie up this game.
Really solid beat there from Kanto. That is just perfect. And then the patience and read from Reverb. Oh, we got ourselves a good game.
It's kind of unfortunate for Persian 1. They had that if they kept their defense on lock, but couldn't quite do it. And now, suddenly, there's a chance that Big Dragon Squad take this game away from them. It's going to be really tough if you're a Persian 1 fan. And once again, anybody that loses this game, oh, as I say it, 5 seconds left, Reverb scores, and game 2 might be over.
Wow, I'm really impressed from what I'm seeing with Kanto here. The speed there to even match up with Drake to make things awkward. He had to go up right away, and that clears the way for Reverb.
With 5 seconds left, might be looking at another sweep opportunity here in the upper bracket. And it's going to hit the ground. Big Dragon Squad take game number 2. And now, Persian 1 going to have to get to the drawing board and figure out who they're going to bring out for game 3. I would assume it's going to be Drake.
You would think. He has won the previous 1v1, hasn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay, yeah, gotta go with what's working. I think all the momentum on BDS's side, though. Reverb's feeling good. I think we're gonna get a really, really good 1v1 matchup here.
Yeah, I have to agree. Let's go ahead and run these replays for this last game. As that was back and forth, I honestly really thought that it was going to be Persian 1's to take there, but just those last second saves and goals from BDS, that's something that they're known to be doing. Makes them a very scary team.
Yeah, I gotta say, Kanto really stepped up there. It can be a little tough to match the speed sometimes of those C3, DC level players, and Kanto rose up to the task, and they got a few goals because of it.
Like, we have our 1v1 set as well, and it does look like it's going to be Drake and... I'm not sure I'm seeing this right. Hold on, I'm just going to make sure this is correct. Just gonna make sure here that this is gonna be the 1v1 match. Okay.
No, don't tell me.
Well, we are gonna go ahead and get our next match started, our game number 3. This is gonna be an interesting one, to say the least. We do have Drake playing in the 1v1 for Persian 1. We'll say that much.
Oh boy.
But let's get into this match, because it is starting right now, and it's Drake versus Rue the Fuzzy.
What?
As
Reverb dodging the 1v1. Oh,
Reverb
my
dodging
goodness.
the 1v1 is actually very surprising to me coming in here. They have a chance to sweep here. I don't know if that's necessarily the right thing to bring out Drake. However, Rue the Fuzzy immediately getting a goal off of the demo. And maybe this is the secret strat. Also, I will let you guys know just now, Twisted Tales goes up by 1 against Black Bunny Gaming with 24 seconds left on the clock in Game 5. I will keep you guys updated on that as this match ends. But that's going to be a very interesting one. Drake almost getting that shot. Not going to be able to go in. Hammer immediately scored. Okay. Pixel. Oh my goodness!
Oh
Rue Fuzzy
my
scored
goodness.
another one. What is going on in this match?
That was absolutely nasty. What a freaking cut.
Is Rue a once main?
Wait a second. Are we witnessing something new here?
Did I not know that Rue was a ones main? Because
That's
this
pretty
is
clean.
news to me.
He looks very comfortable.
It
Oh
looks
my
like
goodness.
a big flick coming out from Rue. Another update, overtime in game number 5 in our other upper bracket match. I will let you guys know who scores on that one next, but it's going to be an interesting one. Meanwhile, down here, Rue Fuzzy showing up in a way that we did not expect, Static. Winning by 2 so far.
He looks very comfortable. I want to give Drake more time, though, to get used to what I'm sure is surprising him, too. Really well done there from Drake.
Yeah, and that looks like a really good shot from Drake. Little bit awkward, but does find enough time to get there.
Win the 50.
Now another kickoff. This time going the way of Big Dragon Squad. Drake gets the mid boost.
Oh, man. The wall dash. Going for more of an aerial play here. Let's see how it goes. Well, that's how it goes.
Another shot from Drake. That one's going to be really nice. I'm not going to lie. I have 2 things up at the same time right now, and Twisted Tails has been so close to a goal right now that I'm just like, my breath is like on hold.
I got you. I'm focusing on the one's game.
And they just own gold. BDS wins. BBG wins. My bad.
Oh, no.
That's a rip for Twisted Tails, unfortunately. But that's got to feel good for Black Bunny. But Drake is going to be trying to take this game against BDS here. Really Fuzzy putting on much stronger of a match than I had thought possible, to be completely honest.
Yeah. Quite a cinematic game here. That might just on the bottom right. Yep. Drake is back in it with the lead.
Now a really good shot from Drake is going to allow him to take the lead here. Really Fuzzy now faking, but does get demoed on the play. That should be a 4th one for Drake, and that's just one of those risks that you have to take while doing a fake play like that.
Yeah, I think you got a bit too greedy. If you're gonna go for a fake like that, you probably want to prioritize getting the boost there. When you cut in like that, you're leaving yourself vulnerable to be demoed. You don't have the boost to get away.
Now we'll have to see. Ball coming out to Rue the Fuzzy. Are they going to be able to take advantage?
Yeah, lots
Going
of
for the
space here.
slow dribble. Ooh, almost gets that over Drake. But I feel like Drake is starting to warm up into this match a little bit, taking his time, being a little bit more patient with the ball. Gets the musty, but that's going to be a good save and an open net opportunity for Rue the Fuzzy. Can he put it on
wait a
target?
second.
No! Drake gets a good recovery back. And that's going to be a goal that Big Dragon Squad is going to want back.
Yeah, definitely an open net opportunity there, but plenty of time. See if they can have some more chances here. They got space with the ball right here.
Trying to play boost possession here, but Drake so well at conserving. Not just going to work out. And unfortunate for BDS, Drake gets a really nice pop over. And that's going to be 3 goals to the side of Persian 1.
Yeah, Kanto was not in a great challenging position there. There was a moment of time where that challenge was okay, but he was just too awkward to make it fast enough. Oh, the boost goes to Kanto.
Oh, what a good shot
Really
from
is,
Rue the Fuzzy. Man, this is... I'm honestly shocked. I was not expecting this much of a fight when I saw that this was the matchup. To be completely honest, I'm happy to see it though. I think this has been a great match for Rue the Fuzzy. Really being able to showcase their strengths in the league. More so than what they've been able to in the 3v3s overall. This seems to be like a really comfortable game mode for them. Now,
Yeah,
taking this off
completely
the
agree.
corner. Yeah, I mean, have the 1v1 official himself right here. What is it that he's doing that's so well that is throwing Drake off?
Well, it's the ground play. He's really comfortable with these cuts, these little touches. You can see Drake gets another goal there. He's really comfortable with the cuts and the flicks and just basic ones movement, whereas you'll see Drake has a lot more of an aerial style game. And overall, Drake is playing the more solid of the two, just from nature of having more Rocket League experience in general, I think. But the little things that Kanto does well has to be the ground game. I really like what I see from him.
Yeah, I'm liking it as well, but there's still 3 goals that you need to have if you want to take this one in a sweep. I am still kind of surprised that Reverb dodged the 1v1, but when you also think about it, it makes sense. Game 4 is going to be it's going to be Zixi and Reverb, actually, not Meezer.
Right.
So that's still going to be a very tough match, and it's going to be Hayes and Fire J in that match. So I definitely think it's going to be a tough match for Persian 1 to win. However, they can be happy that they are taking this game because I don't think there's much of a chance with 18 seconds left that BDS will be able to equalize.
No, but it was a really, really good effort there from Rude the Fuzzy, and I've really been impressed with what I've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I have been very impressed. I mean, Drake is a very good 1v1 player as well. Very good player in general, so to be able to put out this much of a fight, it's very impressive. I'm very happy to see that they were able to do so. Unfortunately for Big Dragon Squad, this game will go to Persian 1, but with the next game being 2v2, Persian 1's going to have a very tough time at forcing this game 5. We'll have to see if they are able to do it. Meanwhile, I will say, I think we're about to get a lot of people coming over here, as we're going to have Fire Streak stream taking a bit of a break, as the next match they need to cast is mine. So I definitely think he's going to have a bit of a break going on into that. But now we get our next match, and it is going to be the 2v2, as people are saying. Meezer in the chat, by the way. Hello, Meezer. Hope you're enjoying your day. Sorry you couldn't play for your team, but I think this is going pretty well for your team, I would say. 2-1, and now we're going to have a GC3 and GC2 versus a GC1 and a C3. So by rank alone, you would give the advantage to BDS here. But you never know what could happen in a game, so we'll have to see exactly what they can pull off. Meanwhile, we'll get all these guys into the party once again. And yeah, I mean, any final thoughts on that 1v1 static?
I think we saw some really impressive stuff from Rude the Fuzzy. And I think it took Drake a tiny bit of time to get adjusted, but once he did, we got to see fully what he has in that bag, and a lot of mechanical prowess. Really impressive stuff there from Drake, but obviously tip my hat to Rude the Fuzzy for making it competitive for a while there.
Yeah, I have to agree. Yeah, I think it was a very good game. We're going to have to see how game 4 goes. We'll be starting very, very soon. I think Hayes joined a game while waiting for Drake to be done, so we gotta wait till get this one started. We are also going to be on Central because we're going to have Reverb back in here, so another interesting one. We'll have to see how Central servers work for us, as they have been sometimes, at least recently, pretty scuffed. So we'll just see how that goes. But not much else to say on that matter at the moment. We're just waiting for Hayes to be out of the game, and then we will start up game number 4. What do you expect to come from this game?
Well, BDS has fully stacked the deck here for this 2v2, putting a lot of hope into getting it done here instead of in the 1v1, which I understand. They do have the rank advantage. I think in order for Persian 1 to make this interesting, we're gonna have to see something out of Hayes, who I have seen peak from time to time, and we're gonna definitely need that peak Hayes for Persian 1 here to take the 2v2.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to see some peak Rocket League from Hayes and FireJ. That's gonna be a very they're gonna have to pop off if they want to be able to get past this team. I think it's gonna be very interesting to see how the start of this game is gonna go as well. We are gonna get going with game number 4 now, though. Hayes is out of their match, so we are ready to rumble here. I think everybody's going to be joining in immediately. And once again, welcome in everybody. Now, I will say after this series, this stream will be going on a bit of a break for me to play my game in the upper bracket. But we will have to see if we get a game 5 beforehand. Starting off this game number 4. Can Reverb go up for this double tap opportunity? You know, if he gets space, he's gonna score it, and that's exactly how we're starting this game off.
Well, not quite the touch I think FireJ Boss wanted there, but you already know Reverb's gonna clean that up.
You could see just how little space they had with Hayes going up for that, and still slots it perfectly between that car and the crossbar. And that's just something with Reverb, and I gotta ask you, Static, as someone who's known Reverb, why is it that when he's in this car in particular, the backfire, he can score all these incredible shots, but the moment he moves on to like anything different, his accuracy just goes way down? What's up with that?
You're not gonna like this answer, but the Reverb backfire lore is a complete myth that he has made up just for this league. Because he does not, he would sometimes play backfire when he's with me and our other teammate, but most of the time it's Octane or Fennec with him, or Takumi just to troll with me.
Interesting.
He's got you all fooled. He's got you all fooled, I'll say that.
Wow. Well, definitely know what we're talking about during the next RFDL podcast. But my goodness. It is still very weird. He just seems to be on every time he plays on backfire. But maybe that's just how he is as a player. Maybe he's just not trying when he's not in backfire. Maybe he's just trying to pull all of our legs extremely hard. But it looks like he's doing well in this game in particular, putting on a second goal with 3:52 remaining. Obviously plenty of time for Persian 1 to come back here, but it just keeps seeming like it gets more and more out of hand, especially when you know that there's going to be plenty more shots coming out from both of these Big Dragon Squad members here. And once again, these guys playing to be able to be done for the day. Winner doesn't have to play for the rest of the day. Loser has to go to lower round 1 and start the trek back from the beginning once again later on. Now Hayes with possession. Going to be moving this ball forward. Excellent pinch, but Reverb is going to maintain control. Dixie just waiting for the pass up. Back to Reverb, but doesn't get a touch on it. They're trying to freestyle a little. I wasn't expecting that miss. Now, time for Persian 1 to counterattack. Not going to be a great touch from Fire. On target, just not high enough to make the Big Dragon Squad team really work too hard for it. If you're Persian 1 here, Static, what do you do in this situation as they get scored on again?
A cry? No, I'm just kidding. They're gonna need to just full send it. It's gonna be really uncomfortable, but they've got to find a way to match the pace of this team, and they've got to just try and get as physical as possible. Demos, because remember that Dixie and Reverb, we haven't really seen them play together in a 2v2 environment. So if you just play really physical with them, it might throw a bit of confusion into them, and you never know what could happen.
Yeah, you never do know. We'll have to see exactly what they can do. As with half the game remaining, I have to agree with Static. What you gotta do is just full tilt, full send. Just try to get some plays. Try to match the pace as much as possible. It's gonna cause some whiffs. It's definitely gonna cause some aggressive plays, but there has to be a situation where you find the goals against this Big Dragon Squad team. Now something might come out. Zixi a little too far forward, but the pinch from them and Reverb sends it all the way down the field. It's just like as soon as you see an opportunity for Persian 1, it's back on the other side, and another goal from Reverb. It seems like this is getting more and more chalked.
Yeah, it's just when there's all this pressure, it's really difficult to make the kinds of touches he wants, and you can tell Hayes did not want to pinch that off the ceiling in that way, but there's just so much pressure, you're just kind of forced to think fast, and it's just extremely awkward.
Yeah, I have to agree there. Still a little bit of time left. Persian 1 is a great team. They should be able to come back from this. It's an open net, but Fire just doesn't have any boost in the tank. I think even 12 would have been enough to propel that ball just a little bit faster. It just seems like every time they find an opportunity, just something goes awry. I mean, you have 2v2 games like that a lot. Like, I would expect to see that happen for my team as well. Like, twos is a tough game mode to have everything go right for you. So, just not that game. Now with a minute left, it does feel like this is a bit of a final lap for Big Dragon Squad, as it does look like they are going to be moving on to the upper semifinals. Ooh, Fire J, what an excellent shot, but Reverb is just in that corner to save it.
So close. They've had so many opportunities, but unfortunately there is no Game 5 among us.
And that's just rude from Reverb there. That's entirely rude. You see Persian 1 has an opportunity. Sees Hayes going up for it. Just Rule 1 body checks the car off to the side and allows Zixi to come up and get the goal. That's got to be tilting if you're Persian 1, honestly. That's a rough one.
You would have liked to see one goal go in, but it just did not by the back of the net.
Yeah, that defense from Big Dragon Squad doing really well, and that is going to move them on to Sunday, which is going to be huge for them. Now, Sunday's games, I will say, do come at a... Ooh, is that going to be in? Ah, it was so close.
Almost.
Not going to happen. We're going to let this game finish on out, but with 5 seconds left and another goal being scored, that's going to be an excellent angle, but this game is done for Persian 1. They are going to find themselves in the lower bracket at the end of this one. They're going to have a bit of a fight to continue on their journey today. This ball is going to hit.
Okay.
They wanted to try something. Doesn't seem like it worked too well. Big Dragon Squad is going to take this series in 4. GG's coming out from everyone. They tried their best, and that's all you can really ask for that sort of matchup. But you gotta say, well played to Persian 1 to get that into an exciting series. Unfortunately for them, they are going to have to start working back up. They're going to be playing against, actually, they're in a very good situation here. So they're actually going to have a bit of time before their next match, because they have to play against Fox Clan in the lower rounds, but Fox Clan is not here for the tournament. So they get a free bye. So they are going to be going up against the loser of Cloud9 and Dignipause against the winner, or against Gentlepause. The winner of that one will be moving to play Persian 1 later on. But that's kind of nice for them. That gets them a few more placements. But at the end of the day, the thing that really matters is getting to that day 2. Everybody wants to be there. So we're going to have to see if they can do that later. But for now, guys, that is going to be it for me and Static. Everybody who is here, I will direct you guys over to twitch.tv/firestreak_fox. He is running our B stream at the moment, and this stream is going to be on a bit of a break while I play my match. So while that's going on, everything will be happening over there. If my team does lose, you will be coming back here for the next match, I believe, either way, because Gentle Pods will be playing after that. So the B stream will go on break. But we will let you guys view these replays and everything. I want to give a big shout out to Static. Make sure to follow Still Static on Twitch. And give him some support if you haven't already done so. Excellent cast from you. I hope you had a good time.
Oh, it was so fun. I definitely want to do some more casting in the future. And I'll just say, Fade, good luck with your match. And Reverb, why are you dodging the 1v1, bro?
Are you dodging the 1v1's Reverb? Called out in chat by Static himself. We're going to need an explanation on that later. But guys, thank you all for watching. We're going to go to a quick break here. Check out Firestreak's channel for my match. And when we are back, we will be going on to the lower bracket. We'll see how that goes later on. All right. Thank you, Static.
Yeah, that was fun.
I'm going to go ahead and make sure the intermission screen is ready for that, because I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to stop streaming because I am going to be...
Oh! Wait. Shut up, Turtles.
What?
You said your mic's on. Maybe he's trolling.
Easy love I can show on the outside, it's not that simple. When it's tough, I don't show how I feel looking out my window. I get caught
You've got me.
I
It's
am
good.
Airlax, and with me is Cobalt.
It's good to be back here to cast another match here at RLCS. We have, of course, the two streaming matches going against each other, so us two are going to be casting and leading it for this one. So we have a good matchup here today between Claude9 and Dignipals, I believe.
Gentle pause.
My bad.
You got the pause right, but
Exactly. It's pause v pause for this match, basically.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this is. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like behind the desk here, this is the matchup that we were hoping. Me and Cobalt are doing our best John Cena impression, and I don't know about you, but I'm doing pretty well at it.
Oh yeah, we're doing pretty good here. You know, I think you can see a little bit of me with that green line I did leave there. So there is a little bit of me sticking through it, but we're doing pretty good here. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit interesting with Fades and Fire, the two leading streamers that are streaming this tournament, both playing in it with. But why don't we talk about the two teams that are going to be playing each other?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I don't know if there's a specific order. Yes, there is. So we are going to first be talking about Claude9, which right now is going to be Fade, the manager, Factual, the absolute brick wall, and Yuki, who's been taken in as a free agent into this team for the day. And Cobalt, I don't know if you know, but this past season, Fade and Yuki were actually teammates on the old Fox Clan roster. So it's very nice to see them being able to team back up for this midseason.
Oh, that's wonderful. So there might be some chemistry that they can have that can carry over into the season between Yuki and Fades. Factual, of course, as you said, a brick wall defender, so that's another line of defense that you're going to be able to have with that team. And it's proven with them pretty well so far this year. And of course, with the substitution that we're going to be having in here with this one, I do think that they still should be doing pretty well for themselves, all things considered. Set up pretty well with everything.
Yeah, and I actually got to cast the last match that Claude9 just played, so they're coming in just nice and hot from, sadly from a loss, but it's still a very good warm-up nonetheless. They went up against Dignipause and lost it in 4, but they went up against a team of Pause last time, they're going up against a team of Pause this time. And speaking of that team of Pause, let's talk about them. The team of Gentle Pause, who, once we get this through here, is going to be the team of Fire, Strawberry, and Pictus, actually, as Silver, while most definitely ready to take it in case Pictus is not able to, Pictus did actually come back just minutes ago, so they're definitely going to be cold, but we've got the full squad of Gentle Paws ready to take this game.
They do have the advantage of having their whole starting lineup here as of moments ago, of course. As you said, definitely going to be starting, maybe starting cold. That might affect strategy for who they play first. If you had to guess, who do you think they're going to be playing for the 1v1 and 2v2 to start?
Ooh, that's definitely a very good question, because I had the opportunity to actually play first series of Midseason, and they played the strategy of having both Strawberry and Pictus on the 1v1s, which is honestly very fair for this team, because Pictus, as I've said, one of, if not the strongest 1v1 player in the league right now, and the Strawberry as well, very, very solid for her rank. I think going into Midseason, I had 1v1'd her a couple of times, and I think we were like 2-2 going into that, so now that we had the 1v1 in mid-season. Technically, I am up in, I guess, the best of 5, but still, she is so very solid.
It's going to be their strategy. We'll see if they do the same here. I would expect them to probably do, probably pick this out of the gate if I had to guess. Obviously, second choice is Strawberry, but that of course leaves Fire and Strawberry to be working together in game 2 if they go with that strategy.